All right. Okay. Hopefully, fucking 100th time's a charm. Shoot, we're probably gonna get demonetized now. Anyway. Hello? Can you hear me? Let me make sure my mic is on. Okay. Just make sure. Okay, that's better. That's probably better, right? Ah! I don't know. I don't know. All right, well, it's just chill. The plan is that, or is it? No, it's not that one. The plan is that I'm going to clean my room, organize my bathroom, chat about stuff. I don't know. Answer questions if anybody has any questions. I'll probably move you a little closer to this way. And then, yeah, you can kind of see me better. But right now, I'm like listening to, like, I'm gonna put back on Shakara. I mean, it's Chikara, but Shakara, because she's amazing and she's motivational to me. I mean, I think fuck, I gotta floss my teeth and then brush them. So I guess we'll do that first. And then, yeah, so while we do that, we can watch Shakara. Honestly, I'm like, should we just like do it as like a reaction? Like right now? Like for right now, we can do it as like a reaction. I don't know if it like does like the share screen the same way that like, hang on, let me get YouTube going here and see if it will do that. Oh my god, I'm actually like so. Oh my god. Okay, wait. Okay, I'm actually kind of excited. Like I'm super excited. Okay, subscriptions. Okay, that's not what I want. This is what I want. Shakara. There we go. Videos. I'm a little behind. I think I'm like 3 months. Let's check. Yeah, I'm 3 months. So let's click that. And then we'll watch it together. Sorry guys, I just like thought of this. This is just like, okay, so share screen. Share this one. Hey. Hang on, let me enlarge the screen. Okay, good. Okay, now. Okay. Okay. So you guys can actually like see me. I didn't realize YouTube Studio was like so advanced now. Oh my god. Sweet. Okay, so let's just chill out. Let's just like do the chill morning like reaction or whatever. Hang on, I gotta edit the stream really quickly. edit. Okay, I hope that's good. Okay.
Hot like 100.
I wonder if you guys can hear that shit.
Loading, strap with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. That when I listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MC's bronze or silver. These raps here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folders. Spit bars at the club, zoning. TikTok comes along, I get ripped off. Man, get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie, I'm busy.
Pausing's like not really gonna be like a thing. I mean, like, I don't know. I just want to be able to see myself.
Hey guys, what is up and welcome back to the channel. My name is Ilona. I'm also known as Shikara Transformations. I'm an online health.
She would call this a meta react, but like straight, this is just what I would be doing. Like, this is just me not waking up because like I've been up for a few hours, but like I gotta actually get my shit together and stop just like wallowing in my shit. Like, I mean, I've been cleaning, I've been doing whatever, but like I gotta keep it going. And then tomorrow when we do another live stream, you guys will probably see me like do random fucking movements. Because that's what I've been doing for exercise now and running. But running, I can't really bring you with me. So I probably won't run tomorrow as we figure this out.
A fitness coach, and I'm also a bodybuilder. Well, I'm not a doctor or a nutritionist.
I gotta go back to I actually do have to go back to like the chat, so it's gonna, because like I don't know what y'all are saying, if anybody's there.
I'm just a person on the internet with thoughts and opinions, and sometimes I get wrong and sometimes I don't know everything. However, if you would like to see more of my face in your feed, then be sure to hit the subscribe button and turn on your notifications. I upload probably around 5 times a week, sometimes 7, sometimes less. It depends on what I've got going on, but usually 5 times a week. And usually what I do is what I eat in days a fat person, health and exercise, positivity TikTok stuffs, and weight loss influencers. In particular, we're doing a lot of Alexander Rodriguez at the moment and glitter and lasers. And yes, we will be looking at some glitter and lasers today. So we're going to catch up with her LTK. I have a Sunday Spiel retro react, but I want to read some of her old blogs first. Now, her blog, because it's through the Wayback Machine, it doesn't always bring up all the articles. I find the Wayback Machine is very, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Bitty? It's not really the word I'm looking for. It's very sticky. That's also not the word I'm looking for. I can't think of a word. I'm on brain. But basically, I find that sometimes it doesn't want to load a page, sometimes it does. And I managed to get into a second page, and there's a lot of blogs that I've never seen. I could never access this before, but it's there now. So there's one I wanted to look at first. And then maybe if there's time, we can do a retro react, but we shall see. And the reason I like doing the retro reacts is because it's very fascinating to see old Anna from 10 years ago versus a little bit over 10 years, 12, 13 years ago versus now. So the old Anna was quite a likable person. She was a bit like quite likable. She was at least self-aware. She was aware.
I have neighbors upstairs. I guess they're showering. It's beautiful. Apartment life is amazing. I don't know if you can even hear that, but yeah.
Of the fact that she couldn't lose weight because of her overeating. She was aware of her limitations being in a bigger body. She was a lot smaller. But yeah, it was just interesting to see. Whereas now nothing is her fault. She is just a product of lipid.
Also, the Bentist has. I've been watching a lot of his shit, and I finally got onto my parents' insurance because I'm a student, and I'm going to go book a deep cleaning or a regular. I don't know. Like it's probably gonna be a deep cleaning because I have deep pockets. Anyway, but like I'm trying to be anal about like my dental care as well, like floss twice a day rather than just brushing twice a day. And so, yeah. I want to be able to smile when I'm 90 with my own teeth. If I even get to 90 because of the fucking fact that I smoke poppers. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, the fact that I smoke anyway is also going to fuck up my teeth. So it's like, I don't know.
Edema, lymphedema, fibrosis, rare obesity genes, and all the autoimmune diseases and ADHD, and many other things. I'm sure I'm forgetting some things, but you get the point. I feel like I was going to say something else, but I can't remember. Anyway, happy Easter to those who are celebrating. And yeah, so it's interesting how Orthodox and normal Christian, not normal, but Catholic Easter and all of that is falling on the same weekend because it normally doesn't. So, which one is it? Looked at her Instagram. There's not really anything new on her Instagram. She is posting a lot on her LTK, and this is right. So there is on the Reddit forum thread subreddit. You can tell I'm not an avid Redditor. I do use it now, but I'm still not like that well versed in the Reddit terminologies. On Reddit, I will link the forum down below, or the thread, or whatever it's called. I will link it down below. They were hypothesizing that maybe her contract with Starbucks is finished because they posted. I'm not going to bring it up, but her last Starbucks video is a few months ago now. No, not a few months, a few weeks. So her last Starbucks video was the 31st of March. So the hypothesis is the reason why she's doing a lot of LTK is because she just does not really have any sponsorships at all now. So she's trying to sell through affiliate links, which usually means you get a kickback. I think I've never even done it. I've done a few sponsorships, but like I think 3 or 4 on my channel, which is not really many at all. And usually you don't even, when you get a sponsorship, you get paid for video and people get a discount code. You don't get a kickback. I have no idea how it works with affiliate codes. I think it is that if people go through your link, you probably get like a kickback, something like that. But it's been, almost 3 weeks or over 3 weeks since since she's done a Starbucks sponsorship, whereas the first sponsorship she did was at the beginning of April, end of March, sorry. So it's very possible that she's not a Starbucks ambassador anymore because I assume they're on a contract for a year, potentially, because she was shilling hardcore. She was hardcore shilling, yes. She was hardcore shilling Starbucks, but she stopped doing it. So the conspiracy is that, allegedly conspiracy, that she maybe is no longer sponsored by Starbucks, and this is why she's doing all of this LTK stuff. Another one is that maybe she's had her operation because people figured out that by looking at her nails and the nail polish and the outgrow, that a lot of the videos she's been uploading have been filmed probably within the same week or so. So it's very possible that she's gone off to get her something. I don't know how you say it, but the stomach fat removal surgery, which is also possible. I mean, it's kind of quick after the other one. She had it at the end of January, sorry, so February, March, April. So 3 weeks, 3 months. Oh my God, words. It's long enough for a lot of people to recover. She's not going under full anesthesia, but also they are kind of serious, big operations-ish. The last one she did was a bit bigger, so I'm not too sure if like 2 full months, 2.5 full months is enough time, but I guess so. Anyway, so we'll go into this first one here, this LTK. My podcast setup needed an upgrade badly. A few colorful items make a huge difference.
This is my current podcast.
Look at, I know this has been pointed out on the forums, both Kiwi Farms and the other one, Reddit. Is Reddit even a forum? I'm gonna keep calling it a forum. I'll show my age, whatever.
I believe Reddit is a forum. As someone that is on different types of forums, Reddit is definitely a forum.
Just don't understand.
That sounded like iffy in like the deviant way. I'm like meaning it like more like Ed. Yeah. Yeah, Ed.
Understand how, and I think this says a lot about her and her personality and like delusion, because most people, when you film, and this is not like a vlog. In a vlog, it's a bit different because it's like more real life. She's actively doing these promotional videos in order to sell something, right? Why are you selling things when your background is a complete fucking mess? It's one thing to maybe not be like
gotta love the fact that I'm covering Shakara right now. I don't know if I can move. I'm like trying to move myself, but like it's my YouTube channel, so yeah.
spick and span, but we've got cables hanging out here. It's a complete mess here. You can see the floor is dirty, and it's if you're trying to sell, it just doesn't look good. You're literally trying to influence people to buy things, but then and this is in general something I don't understand with Anna. It's like who's actually buying anything from her? Because any product she uses, she's not a great advocate for it. She's not particularly good at makeup. She's not particularly good at hair. Her styling with her clothes is weird lately. Like she just walks around in pajamas. She's not honest about the sizing. She's breaking out of the clothes. So it's like it doesn't fit as they should per the models on the website, because often they're supposed to be like loose fitted items, and she basically stretches them to the max in presumably the largest size. She doesn't tell her sizes. So how are we supposed to know, like, okay, and I've done a haul, which is not often what I do. I say my height is this, my weight is this, so that people can understand, okay, well, these are my measurements. Therefore, it's probably I need to go in this size or this size. So I don't really understand how anybody's influenced by anything from her. And we'll see some of the examples here. But yeah, it's just wild to see her sit like this.
This sucks. Let's fix it.
I don't really understand what's so bad about it. It's not really that bad at all, is it? Is that so much better? Is it? I mean, it's a little better, I guess. Personally, wouldn't have chosen that rug. I think it's kind of ugly. But it's like, okay, we put down a pad and basically put down a fake plant and then like some pink thing. I don't really get what the whole point of the upgrade is. But I'll zoom into this in the edit, but look at the fucking mess in the background. We've got empty plates, just clothes laying around. This is like a teenager that's moved.
Okay. Can I say shit? Not really, because a lot of like sometimes, but like I do clean my room. Like I mean, like let me like show you. Whoop, we're falling anyway. But like this is so like I was drinking last night with a friend. Okay, so that's pretty much like the extent of like the mess. So like when I say clean my room with me, I mean just like tidy and like yeah, I do mean clean my room with me because like it gets grimy because I have 4 cats very quickly. So like I do gotta sweep and run the Swiffer fairly often. I did do that yesterday, but then I didn't realize I was gonna have friends over, so now I gotta do it again because I don't know if it was spilling or whatever. I do use like a regular mop now to like actually like wash my floors every so often, but like just like keep it disinfected. Like I use the fuck stay. I use the Swiffer. Alright, guys. I don't know, will this work? No, that obviously won't work.
Out and living on their own for the first time. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm spick and span. I'm not. I'm tidy enough. I'm clean, and I'm like, there's a difference between clean and dirty. I'm clean. You know, I like I said, like there's certain things I have to do every day in my house pretty much. Some days I'll skip it, but I can be a bit messy. Like I have a chair in my room where I'll put clothes on that I've worn for a bit that aren't actually dirty. I maybe put it on the evening for a couple of hours, then I'll put it there, and I'll put it on some other time before I stick it in the wash. Like I could fold it away, and I don't. So I can be a bit untidy with some things, yes. But first of all, I wouldn't be filming like a reaction with my untidiness in the background because that's weird. And she's trying to sell something, and this is also in your living room. I think what like in your bedroom it's one thing, but in your living room, I don't know. I think there's a certain. It's like, for example, I can't be doing with dirty bathrooms and dirty kitchens. I could do with like a bit of a messy kitchen, but dirty, like dirty floors, dirty sink, dirty dishes. And I don't mean like you just ate some food last night, you couldn't be bothered to wash it up, or you'll do it in the morning. I don't mean that. I just mean like piles and piles of dirty dishes. I can't do that. She can though. So yeah. Shall we have a look out of curiosity to see how much any of these things are? How much is it ugly rug? £32. Dollars, fair enough. It looks like it's $32. Alright. And what about this chair? This is really expensive, isn't it? $130. That's actually not that bad. What about this? Why is everything with Amazon? Is she trying to get affiliated with Amazon? It cannot be shipped to my location, I'm sure. Literally every single thing is linked as well. I think this is not, it's not really my aesthetic. So, look how loose fitting this is supposed to be. She obviously bought a 4-5 XL, obviously, and she is pretty much maxing that out. This is supposed to be like a loose fitting tee, and especially on the legs, she's just completely. She obviously fits around with skinny arms, but on her midsection and her this is. Can we even see it here? I think it's one of these, isn't it? Oh no, she's not wearing it. I mean, this is from the same brand, isn't it? I guess this is from the same brand or similar. Anyway, because they look kind of similar. Look how tight it is, and look how loose it's supposed to be fitting. I actually don't know for sure, but I assume it's a similar brand. Alright, so great, wonderful. Here we have her in clothes that are way too small for her. There's only a couple of pictures. What I don't like about this is that I can't. Oh, I can't scroll. Sorry, I'm being stupid. Okay, so here we have. I love having a drink fridge to have fun options for me and friends when they come over, and friends. And she doesn't have friends. She has employees that she pays, that she calls friends. Also, Mia is water, but I can get that filtered from the fridge. I do keep a cup of my favorite electrolytes in the cabinet above. Yeah, I'm sure you are desperate in need of electrolytes. So, oh, sorry.
Let's restock my drink fridge!
What is with this fucking face though all the time? She's not fake though. She's not. She's like super authentic, you guys. Super authentic, super real, not fake at all. Who does this? Fruit blend with electrolytes. Okay. look how wasteful. Just like she literally is she saying she can get filtered water from her fridge, but then she's buying bottles of water. If I had a filtered water machine, I won't do that. In fact, we have like to be fair, like I do drink big bottles of water, but I'm going through this obsession where like I really want to drink sparkling water, and we don't have a soda machine. But also we do have like here in Bulgaria, you get like the big tubs of water, bottles. It's like 10 liters, and we use those to like just fill up from. Usually speaking, but yeah, if I had like water from if I had filtered water directly from the tap or from my fridge, I would use that. So why is she drinking Alani? Like, what does she need Alani for? For her grueling workouts of walking to Starbucks that takes 10 minutes. Mountain Dew. It's diet though, so it's alright, right? Which it is. Like, I'm not gonna hold somebody for having like a diet drink, but the majority of it is diet drinks in it, and like electrolytes, which is.
We're all set for when I get back from surgery.
Alright. Fake smiles and happiness, guys. Alrighty. Let's look at this here. Why did it take me this long to get one tier train? What? Why did it take me this long to get one? God damn. Why does she not spell check anything? I also make mistakes a lot when I'm typing things, but I reread it and then I edit it. Because it just looks bad on it when you're like selling shit, especially when you're trying to sell shit and you can't even write a sentence properly.
I have been hearing about the two-tier foundation for like ever, and I've wanted to
I've literally never heard of it, but then I don't really watch old beauty stuff anymore.
try it out, so let's try it out together today. Whoa.
Yeah, that's not the right shade. She's applying that way too thick as well. But as I said, the shade became a perfect match. So when it oxidizes, it's going to get darker.
Honestly,
is this a perfect match? She looks yellow and white. This is like 1 or 2 tones too light for her, and it's the complete wrong answer.
the hype is real.
It's not. You've just been paid to do it, and that's why you like it. This is not a good foundation match for her. So, first of all, yeah, the match is wrong. The undertone is wrong. I'm gonna say it's too full coverage, which is fine when you're in front of like ring lights, which is what she is. You can see in the reflection she's in front of a ring light. You can get away with it, but the reality is like as you get older, I know I can't really wear thick coverage, full coverage foundations because I just find it really ages me.
I kind of like stop wearing foundation. I just have my skin and put I don't even put on a BB cream. So, which I'm pretty sure she's about to fucking mention a BB cream because that's what she usually says she does. But let's transition into the bath. Just so I can brush my teeth. Okay. This is by my feet. Oh my god. Okay. You know you're in therapy when. Oh, we're gonna close that. Okay. So, nice. We might start off in the bathroom, honestly, because we're. Oh no, but I gotta do my laundry first. Ugh. freaking hate having to like do my laundry. But it's fine. It's fine. I like having clothes to wear. Why am I like so tilted? God. Is that better? I don't know if that's better. That might be worse. But
lighter coverage, as well as CC creams, BB creams, that kind of stuff, with maybe a setting powder. I find that works a lot better because when you get older, and like maybe this is just a me thing, and like I do normally get Botox, as you can tell. I haven't had any since I've known I've been pregnant. But yeah, it's just when you wear thicker foundations, thicker coverage foundations, when you go into the natural sunlight and you're out in the real world, it just really texturizes your skin. And I find like it really sets into the wrinkles. Now, granted, some foundations do it more than others. You can use setting creams, but I find that for me to have like a coverage that looks natural, I just use like a CC cream, BB cream, or something like that. And then I go over it with powder, and then I'll use like some bronzer or some contouring powder where I want, blusher if I want, highlighter if I want, and I find that that gives the best results. Like I've got now on a cream contour, a setting, a CC BB cream is the Maybelline, that 4-in-1 fixer stick. So it's kind of like a CC BB cream. It evens out the skin tone. It's got a very light coverage, and I mixed that with the one from Catrice. It's like a stick, which is a bit too dark, but I use it for peripherals, and then I use the lighter one on the other parts. So I want to get that stick in a lighter color because I do like it. It gives like a nice thin coverage. And then I contour, go with the setting powder, and then I just do the bronzer and the highlight. I find that this gives me just like, it doesn't wear off bad throughout the day, and it looks natural, and on filming as well, it looks kind of natural. But this doesn't look good. It's not the right shade at all. It didn't oxidize darker. It stayed too light, and it just, I can see from here, it just doesn't sink into the skin. You can see it's sitting on top of the skin. Even though it's hard to see because she's wearing, she's got the thingy on, the ring light, and probably like a filter on her camera. All right, so what have we got here? When I pull out the finger guns, you know I'm feeling it. Classic, classy, cool. Gun finger, if you know, you know. Most of you probably won't, because most of you guys are American and you're not into the drum and bass scene. Because I don't even really think drum and bass is a thing in America, and it's like very English. It's a shame. Drum and bass is awesome. It's like torn here. These are supposed to be loose fitting. They're from Torrid. They're supposed to be like loose fitting shorts, and they are too small for her, and this is where she's torn here. Yeah, I don't like this look. I really wish she would stop wearing compressions with white shoes, and like this needs to have skin colored compressions, which I'm pretty sure exist. So she's listed her. So look, this is how they're supposed to fit these shorts. Even with it? Yeah, there we go. Look, they're supposed to be like this. They're supposed to fit like this. She's pretty, huh? But yeah, they're supposed to fit like this, and they're just completely tight on Anna, assuming that she's got them in a size 30, obviously. I don't believe for a second she's anything smaller than a size 30. We've got all the other things here. These shoes. What about these compressions? Do they not come in different colors? So they do come. Look, look. Seamless shape. I mean, like, it's shapewear, but she's not wearing the proper compressions anyway. Besides that point, it looks like you can get compression in different colors. They might not be medical grade, but this ain't medical grade either. Sorry, I keep hitting my phone. Post-surgical girdle. These are not the proper compressions that she should be wearing. Also, oh my god, I do really hope she wears knickers whenever she wears skirts and shit like that. Because there's like a pee hole there, which makes sense, because they're difficult to get on. But let's hope she wears knickers when she walks about in her short skirts and stuff. All right, let's read some of her blog. So this is written in January 21st, 2013. Habits over diet tips minus 76 pounds down. So this is when she lost weight through just, eating a bit healthier, counting calories by the looks of things to some degree, or at least being mindful with what she's eating and just being more active. This is also when she claimed in her podcast that she was doing hours and hours of Soul Cycle when she went to literally like one class a week. And she was saying how in her podcast that she would run 4 miles to work and back every day. So she would run 8 miles a day. But then we read the blog and she admits to like struggling to walk a couple of miles. So nobody that's over 300 pounds is like running 8 miles a day. It just doesn't make sense. If you watch Honey Bison, she's a reaction channel. She has a lot of fat acceptance. She's starting to do Alexander Rodriguez. We really want her to do Anna. We'll see if we can get her to do Anna. But she did like a half marathon and a step challenge for her work. And she was averaging something like between 30 to 40,000 steps a day, which is around 8 miles. And she struggled to do that, to hit that every day. And I think, if I remember correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, she can correct me if I'm wrong, she at some points even had to compromise a little bit on her strength training because of the fact that she was doing so much running for this, A, preparing for a marathon, and B, also for the step challenge. That is just so draining to get that amount of stuff. Like, I can't imagine to average 30,000 steps a day. I've done it. I've done 30,000 steps. I've done more than that on a few occasions when I've gone on big hikes. But for the most part, now that I'm pregnant, I try and aim for 10,000. I don't always get it. I do normally get like 7 to 8. That's pretty much most days. 10,000 is pretty normal. Okay. 10,000. I would say that out of a whole week, there's probably a couple of days where I hit 7 to 8, a couple of days where I hit around 10, there or thereabouts, and a few days where I maybe hit like 12, 13. It tires me out now. Obviously, like I am bigger. I am 29 weeks pregnant, but also even when I was prepping and the weather was nice and I was fit and healthy and I was doing all the exercise.
Okay. Okay. So, what we're gonna do is clean my room. Gotta find a way to put my laptop up here so that it's not like too awkward when I'm viewfinding. I'm looking at the viewfinder. All right. I think that works. Okay, you guys can't see me. I saw the trick stuff. Saw all of this. Somewhere in here.
I read the blog and she admits to like struggling to walk a couple of miles. So nobody is over 300 pounds if like running 8 miles a day. It just doesn't make sense. If you watch Honey Bison, she's a reaction channel. She has all fat acceptance. She started to do Alexander Rodriguez. We really want her to do Anna. We'll see if we can get her to do Anna. But she did like a half marathon and step challenge for her work, and she was averaging something like between 30 to 40,000 steps a day, which is around 8 miles. And she struggles to do that, to hit that every day. And I think, if I remember correctly, she at some point even had to compromise a little bit.
These are the socks I was wearing yesterday. Okay, I was wearing these yesterday and they're clean. I wore them for like 2 hours yesterday.
I do normally get like 7 to 8. That's pretty much most days. 10,000 is pretty normal. Okay. 10,000. I would say that out of a whole week, there's probably a couple of days where I hit 7 to 8, a couple of days where I hit around 10, there or thereabouts, and a few days where I maybe hit like 12, 13. It tires me out now. It's like I'm bigger. I am 21 weeks pregnant, but also even when I was pregnant, I was the weather was nice and I was fit and healthy and I was doing all the exercise. Aiming to like 15 to 18,000 steps a day when you're not in a job that's active and like a waitress or you're a nurse or you're doing something where you're like kind of critical, to make an effort to get to like 15 to 20,000 steps a day is an effort. I would have to do, I would have to put lots of dancing out for an additional 45 minutes to get to that level. I guess it would cost money for like 45 minutes.
You helping me make my bed?
I went to go to it, but in order for me to
You helping me make our bed?
I have to make a real conscious effort. Even now, I still have to. Like, I don't have like steps around. I still try to get more steps in. If I have the energy. If I don't have the energy, I won't go there because at the end of the day, I'm not going to stress myself out or stuff like that. But especially now, the point of it is that for me to get to like 15 to 20,000 steps a day is effort. And that's something that's normally, I mean, I got taken to on tweets now for being online, but I'm also growing inside me. This is Anna, when she was at her lightest, when she was around 320 pounds, I think her lowest recorded weight is. And she is telling people on a podcast that she was doing basically on average 30,000 steps a day because we worked out the steps and it is 8 miles, works out to be around 30,000 steps. Plus that she came to go to Soul Cycle where she would walk to it as well as doing double steps.
I keep these in here.
She was saying that she was having something like doing like 6 hours of exercise a day.
I keep my floss in here because it it's just easier. Make sure I actually do it.
It doesn't make sense. And I've been lucky because I've been lucky in recent years with bodybuilding that I have all the freedom.
Honestly, this would have been gone in one day in so many circumstances, but this is lasting. And it's a Mickey.
On that, a few of you have emailed me about spaces. I do have a couple because I don't even want to try to do on purpose because I just don't want to think so much. I will probably get back to you next week, but the start will probably be in May for the simple reason that we're going away and I don't want to be going away and spending that time like programming. So we're doing like one final trip before the baby is born and also I still can travel and it's kind of safe because obviously when I get to like from I think from that
My mini fridge is like leaking.
we have to basically have a weekly doctor visits.
So I just put
so like
much less.
so I just don't want to go away from home too far. But there's people that wanted to join but the just to be prepared I will be a caveat there for a few weeks, maybe like a month or so after the baby's born. I might be able to do check-ins via text. So if you want to upload your we'll get the check-ins over WhatsApp. You can allocate time to talk on WhatsApp and just take where necessary. Obviously, when the baby's born, I do a couple of weeks, at least a couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, where I just don't really do work as much as possible. Content, so this is the school content kind of relevant. Content what I decided to do is that I'm probably going to source supplements into UC and popular obviously. But what I'll probably do is maybe I can upload like a few times a week, 3 times a week, obviously I will actually make it this week. And I can get hurt because that's usually the thing that takes me a minute. So I can teach her how I do it. It's a software that I'm using for cheap. Just to imitate videos. I still have some content from crochet for the album because YouTube really doesn't like it if you don't know where it says that. And what I mean, if YouTube doesn't like it, you will use maybe like half or like more than half of your income if you just go a certain period without uploading, which is obviously and I think that we follow the algorithm. It takes like 4 to 6 weeks to get back into the algorithm, so therefore there has to be that consistency. So I'll probably just put it for really outsource some editing to Lucy until I'm in a place where I can manage my workload a bit better. Let's review by story part just to give you a heads up what to expect with content over in the summer, which seems far away, but I have something here with these things, and I do. But yeah, I would take on a couple more people, but just be one people. I could probably do like FaceTime coaching for a couple of months, and then I might do one so where you just have to close it.
Is it cat treats I gave them last night?
Work, seeing what's going on with our clients. It's been Easter, my mom has been here, and also we're going with my son. I only respond to emails.
I think it's cute.
Inquiries.
You know, I
I'm in a
know.
position to take people on because I don't want to be like, okay, well, here's all the information, but like, I'll take people on. You know what I mean? So, anyway, let's get into this vlog. It's a little bit of a spiel, but welcome to our channel. This is what we do. So, what happens over diet tips?
I started to draw Ozzy. I don't know if you can see him very well, but like this is like the basic base of Ozzy.
So this is where she started. This is when she was 75. So I think this is, I don't know if it's tiny, I said it is on the farms, but I remember somebody saying her nose looked forward that she's knitted. Was somewhere in school or somewhere in her book, this is around this time, is around 320 pounds. So we can shoot it on 320 pounds.
And this stuff goes to the kitchen.
About 320, 350. So the shooting that she's on 400 pounds a year. She was skinny enough too. But anyway, so let's get to it. This week was a bit of a mess. I was struggling for work. That was a barbecue. I was pretty tricked by the mom that cheesecake scored it no matter what you order. It's some how much no, it's scored no matter what you order. It's somehow manages to be good amount of calories. I've never had Cheesecake Factory from one side. It is really high calories. I'm not sure if you can have healthy options. Usually speaking, most restaurants you still can choose healthy things. It's harder for sure, but for example, whenever I've been prepping, if I've gone to restaurants, like granted, we don't have things like Cheesecake Factories over here. All the restaurants here, even Bulgarian fast food, it's still unhealthy-ish. Mostly it is. More of it is still home cooked. A lot of it is. It doesn't have to be deep fried. The portions aren't obscene. So here, if you want to try and be healthy, what I would normally do is I would look to see what the leanest grilled meats options are, and then I would order that, and then I would just say that I'm quite happy to pay extra for just a side salad with nothing on, or like order grilled vegetables, which sometimes you probably might wait because of the oils that eat, especially when I'm prepping. I'm done for just general lifestyle. But you can eat out and be healthy. You just have to specify to the restaurant you can't eat certain things. And they have to take the consideration, especially with allergies. For me, the go-to is that if you go out for dinner and you're trying to be mindful of your diet, just don't order carbs. Because you don't want the oils that you're using.
I have to change the garbage in the kitchen.
Not necessarily. Proteins are important.
Okay, you guys are just gonna hear Shakara, but you're gonna watch me do stuff because I feel like that might be a little bit better. But I won't be able to see if you can see me.
I'm also surrounded by salacious advances, also miniature
Let's go on an adventure.
I wasn't able to resist. I was a little naughty, no, I was a lot naughty, you know what? It felt good to be bad. I'm sure she will more all the time. I'm pretty sure she doesn't. I'm pretty sure she struggles resisting little miniature Reese's cups and other snacky grips on a daily basis. All my a child who named Bertha got down and dirty with the devil of the dishes. I was also somehow keeping myself in generosity is atrocious even back then. At least it's better than what it is now. Sure, I cobbled down 6 Reese's cups skillfully. I might have full child squealed at their peanut buttery heavenly taste. But this time it was different. Tell me, you, it's very obvious to me that she has a forbidden food. Now, obviously, you cannot tell that by looking at her. But you can tell that she's a full food addict by the way she talks about food. It's like Chantal. Chantal recalls memories and it's always food related. She literally, like accents, Chantal knows when she eats certain foods, you can see how the dopamine hits her brain when she bites into certain things. I think for her it's very much the same because she always talks so um, uh, flagrant, flamboyant. She's colorful. She's also colorful when she talks about food. Like food just does it for her. Like I'm reading this and I can see the happiness that Reese's Cup makes her. I don't get me wrong, Reese's Cup is not here. I like nice food too. I'm actually quite a foodie. I really do enjoy eating nice, tasty food. It gives me pleasure. But not to this point where I want to like roll my eyes into the back of my head and basically look like I've shot something up, which I actually don't hold it back on that. But besides that,
Okay, I keep forgetting y'all can hear me. So like that was funny to me, kind of actually a little bit because I was being an idiot. But yeah. I sweep now, so I'll be back with the broom.
I'm doing it because I don't have the willpower to stick to a diet. I tried to GLP-1. I didn't like it because it made me feel nauseous. I liked it. I'm worried about doing a gastric bypass or something like that. Bariatric surgery because of my family history, and I just can't help myself with food. I can't help myself around food. I try and I fail. I would have so much more respect for her because at least you're honest. At least there's a chance to fix what's going on.
This is just maintenance cleaning. This isn't like my weekly like actual clean. This is just me like I should change it. I should change it to like tidy with me. But nobody's gonna like that, so fuck you. Okay. Okay, so
first, I tracked those Reese's cups. I was not getting how many I had eaten. Plus, tracking this one has the magic ability of making me actually realize how many calories one of those suckers has. But is this why you don't track food anymore? She doesn't very well talk. Since I've watched her, the only times she's mentioned tracking or weighing things out is when we're looking at her videos historically. She's never, even in her podcast, you'll notice whenever I'm in a podcast or whenever she's talking about her videos, she never talks about the food she eats for instance. Never. So she said that the outside did work. Because she visits every time she just so isn't it funny how the food is good for certain work? None of it is her fault, she can't help it, but the one thing she never ever mentions is food that she's consuming, the calories she's tracking. The food she consumes does have a direct impact on things like fibrosis, on things like your autoimmune problems. I'm pretty sure that even ADHD and all of that probably is affected to some degree by the food you consume. Now, I'm not saying that eating just fucking clean food is going to fix it all, and I don't actually you're going to wake up skinny without problems. No. But there's a difference between many of your problems are because of food and trying to eat healthier so you can improve your quality of life significantly. Before tracking, I could somehow convince myself that 30 milliliters equal a full size can of flour. It was easy to lie to myself. Yeah, this is why tracking is very important. I am also guilty of that. If I don't track, I do overeat. And then I track for a while and then I recalibrate. And I'm pretty much dead. My fitness bar now acts as a cold hard reality check. 6 cups. You only get 6 cups. Second, once I had reached my cutoff, I conditioned my coworker to score over 7 down at a local dinner. She does not strike me as the kind of person that enjoys being telling her what to do and what to do. In fact, the people who have told her what to do seem to have been cut out of the life. This led to an embarrassing event during the middle of a training we were given. A famous could sneaky little woman Caliban who stopped me in that sentence, looked into my eyes and said a very direct no. I now know what a dog feels like after peeing on the carpet. FYI, I know all the people in the training. FYI, I know all the people in the training, so he was not showing me any strangers. Half of them probably will do this. Lastly, even though each time we arrived at the hotel late and tired after working countries that somehow tastes delicious and makes you pass out. See photo left as exhibit A. I still get my big old boss out of my room to exercise, but that's very good. And this is also a mindset exercise open. It's not hard to stick to the diet when you're not hungry. It's not hard to go to the gym when you're not energetic. It's hard to do the things when you don't feel like doing it. When I want to train, say, Harry, I'm not really, it's kind of like when I'm ready to go for weight. Probably will go to the gym just to do a quick session because I don't actually feel that. I feel kind of energetic. And yeah, so then I need it. I will go to the gym quickly, which is all I do. These days, I'm lucky to get 45 minutes in, but I'm going to try and at least do my 3 times a week if I feel good. I feel good today. But we'll see how I do it after I finish filming. But it's very good. And yeah, usually go to offices and meetings, the food is not horrendous. I don't know why I do that. I don't want you to pay attention and they give you shit food, so in the end I'm just being tired. I make sure to sweat in calories to my little food fiesta. Okay, see, even she says over here, you cannot function about that. I don't care how much cardio you do. I'm sure like a marathon runner, or you're doing literally like 30,000 steps a day. Still, you can be upset about that. I can wait till she's at them. At the rate she's getting, this is what that's about the rate. At the rate she's getting, she's between 6,000 to 8,000 calories a day, which is hard to do. More whole foods, but it's still more food. So I'm not sure how to check active after that first 40 grams a day. Good health. And that's it on my friend Valentine. There's those people. Typically that's how you look at well, very good number of people. Most of us are not endurance athletes. If you're an endurance athlete, maybe advice to you. If you just go to the gym for half an hour, go for a walk for an hour, you're not burning off those calories. Even if you go for a walk for an hour, you're not even making anything to 6 Reese's cups. Yeah, it burns calories, but only like a few hundred, maybe even that. People underestimate how many calories you're going to do in exercise. The end result, I dropped 2 pounds, putting me at 76 total. There's another bottle, baby. When I start, I know, I knew this time, to be successful at weight loss, I couldn't be on a diet. Okay? I needed to make a lifestyle change. It's not about doing something, it's not about doing some crazy diet that restricts you, that you eat or maximizing your intact to be what? It's not about doing crazy diet that restricts what you eat or maximizing you intact to be the most junk food for the least amount of calories. Or my loving friend calls the weight watches system, point system. It's about building new habits. I agree with that, but also you have to have strength.
Weight loss, part of weight loss is restriction, which is what she's doing here. She watches counting calories. It doesn't mean you have to restrict yourself from eating certain foods. The reality is to lose weight, you should just eat healthier. Healthy foods. Yeah, of course, you want to have situations from go for it. Deficit your calories for that, it means you want to be less than for the rest of the day, fine. But also don't think you can eat 6 races cups and then go and do like half an hour of walking or start like cross trainer and then you burn muscle calories. Because if you do that, you're not going to have results. Don't eat food and then think you're going to go to the gym and train.
I'm gonna go grab the Swiffer.
I will not even consider exercise into your needs unless you're literally an athlete or you're like an endurance person. But if you're just a normally active person, you don't need to be like, okay, well, I've done half an hour of cardio, so I can eat that equivalent of calories. No, don't even do that. You're never going to succeed. But it doesn't have to be crazy. This is just normal calorie count. This is normal healthy lifestyle. You choose healthy foods for the most part. Sometimes you go to meetings, you eat as healthy, but as long as you track those calories, that's all that matters. Because then over a period of time, you're still going to get results. Habits aren't made up of points or weird juice fasts. Habits are made for changing what you do every day and committing to the rest of your life of that they'll live. Because she lost 76 pounds, but she's getting like around 300 back after that. So if that eating is your once in a while, and all the good things are your habits, well, my dear, that's how you make the magic happen. And that's exactly how I lost and will never find again 76 pounds for wow. There's like an optimistic outcome. But the delusion that you can break like that that is and that part is to be honest. Because yeah, you're able to wait and doing things and then she just plays out and all the miracles. And we can see here everything. Right.
Did I just? I'm sorry. I was like, did I just like hit my cat? And he was like, yeah. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, my boy. I was not paying attention. Clearly. I was watching Shakara's beautiful fucking face. The reason why I Swiffer so often now is because cat hair, dog hair, plus and then when I actually mop, it's like actually like just mainly cleaning and disinfecting and washing the parts. I need to do that. You know. That pad still is kind of clean, so.
DARE anti-drug programs, remember those? Remember DARE from school? Y'all remember DARE? A cop will come to your school, open up a briefcase of drugs, and try to scare kids away from drugs by sending cops into schools. You guys remember that? You remember how bad?
I love Trevor, but like I'm just trying to be like, you gotta be healthy. You gotta be like, what? It's flipped. Oh my god! I just noticed this fucking flipped. No wonder everything I see is not going away. I find that too. Let me take a liposuction for yeah. You know. We gotta deal with laundry. Again, you guys won't be able to hear me for a bit, but you'll be able to see me. Okay. I think it's been enough time. I'm gonna take a sip of water. Yeah, laundry. I have $2. Okay. Yeah, I do have enough for another load. I think I have this like it. I don't know. I forgot the fucking soap. Left my cleaning clothes. couch covers.
Hey guys, what is up and welcome back to the channel. My name is Leona. I'm also known as Shikara Transformations. I'm an online health and fitness coach, and I'm also a bodybuilder. Well, I'm not those. I'm not a doctor or a nutritionist. I'm just a person on the internet with thoughts and opinions that sometimes I get wrong. And I don't know everything either. However, if you would like to see more of my face in your feed, then be sure to hit the subscribe button and turn on your notifications. We upload around 500. And I usually do fat acceptance, health and exercise, what today, TikToky stuffs, and weight loss influencers. Or people are on weight loss journeys and maybe we can give some pointers. Or people are on weight loss journeys and maybe I can give them some pointers in terms of like what they can improve on. Today we are going to dip back into our most favorite weight loss influencer that does everything besides eating healthy and is opting instead for the very drastic measurement of cutting parts of her body on instead. So yes, glitter and lasers, Anna O'Brien, she has indeed had her surgery. So there was some rumor and speculations if she was indeed going for the surgery because the nails didn't change. There was no eyebrow.
Hello. How are you doing?
Shorts, not
Welcome.
active content on her Instagram or in her stories. And indeed, guys, happy Easter. So today we're going to look at her Instagram stories, her LTK, and we're going to also look at the difference between a panniculectomy and a tummy tuck. And we're going to discuss which one she maybe could have had. And then I'm also going to play a video by a plastic surgeon that I follow who advises against doing a liposuction with a tummy tuck. Because I actually don't know the difference between a panniculectomy and a tummy tuck. And I looked at some images and it still kind of looks the same. I think just from what I've seen, it looks like a panniculectomy is more for like the lower fat. Like the panis, you know, like the fupa. Is that no? The fupa is like the part that's in the pubic area. So that the fat above that, whereas the tummy tuck is for like the whole stomach or something like that. I think maybe a panniculectomy is also more for like more obese people, but I'm not too sure. We'll watch a video by an actual plastic surgeon to explain it to us because I'm a dum-dum sometimes. So this was captured by that girl 317317. She is pretty much like the oracle of Anna Lore. Shout out to her for like catching all stuff and also being able to do the comparisons. So I didn't see this. I was busy over the weekend and very tired because it was tiring having my mom here.
I don't have a spot for this.
You know you're just
Yeah,
tired
over here.
So let's look at this picture. It says Happy Easter. I'm not super religious and I totally forgot it was Easter this weekend. I forgot because I'm recovering from surgery. Yes, I've had my last procedure. I just have held contact to allow myself
It has
to
a
recover
spot.
a bit before editing it.
It has a spot.
Okay, that didn't really
It
make
has
sense.
a
but
spot.
there we
Spot.
go. What
Spot.
else do we
Spot.
expect?
Spot.
It's wild because I actually don't think that Anna is dumb.
Is there
Unlike,
some of the
for
couch
example,
covers?
Adelaide
I'm gonna
or
wait
Phoebe,
till
there's
all
some
of the couch
the
covers are
girls
done to
that are like cows. You can tell they are
then clean the
kind of low
couch
IQ.
and like
I
put
don't think
everything
Anna is.
on it and whatever. Make
This is
it
maybe
more in my
where
place.
definitely like the
than their
ADHD
place.
is. The
Again.
spelling is
So,
atrocious. And I don't think you can be intelligent and have bad spelling. Don't get me wrong. But she does have a master's degree, and she did work in a business before with people. Just to specify, no, she did work in a business capacity before. So I don't actually think she's dumb. I think she does dumb things. I think she's very unaware of her environment, and again, maybe that leads into the whole being like slightly neurodivergent. But I think that the ADHD, I do believe, and I definitely also think that there is a personality disorder. Which one I don't really know, but there's something that probably developed from childhood, as well as just a straight up denial of reality that's developed over later years. Because whenever we look at her, she's quite self aware. She's not anymore now. And that could also be a byproduct of social media. A lot of people, when they're on social media, you even see it in girl world with some people, they really think that because they have a following that they're something more than what they are. It's like, first of all, in the scheme of YouTube, us global reactors are nothing. Like, let's be clear. Like 50,000, 30,000, 100,000 people, it's a lot, but in the scheme of YouTube, it's nothing. And also, I am very well aware of the fact that most people are here to watch me react to certain people. Not solely here for me. If that was the case, and my vlogs when I was doing them, they would be all better. So I think it's strange, just in general, when people have social media numbers get to their head, and especially on YouTube, like your sub count doesn't even matter.
It's talk time.
It's your view count that matters. That's where you're making money.
This
This
guy,
on like sub count, I don't
this guy doesn't want to move.
Like, why would you buy viewers? Why would you buy views? I can understand. Views, I can
Come on,
understand.
Stanley.
Because that makes you money. That's why it's illegal. But buying subscribers,
He
it's
really
okay,
needs
so
a
you
bath.
get
He's
X amount of
greasy as
subscribers,
fuck.
but they're not real.
But
It doesn't make you money. So I don't really
can I
get it.
come
Anyway,
sit now?
that's a different tangent. I hope you all
Come on.
understand. Recovering
Come on.
social media in real time is something I've learned is a bit much for me.
Fine, yellow you want.
Yeah, fair enough.
Jesus.
I don't necessarily think there's anything wrong with it. I think, just for the sake of, for example, her going away, you probably don't want to announce that to people that your apartment that's like over $7,000 a month is free. Like, I can understand there's aspects of wanting to not be literally live as you speak in real time. That's the word I'm looking for. Not in real time as we speak, because it's just easier, and also for safety purposes. The only thing is that she does forge a lot of timelines, and she never says like, oh well, this was actually filmed on this date, or this was done then. So you don't really ever truly know what was done. Heck, I can barely keep myself awake post procedure. Yeah, normal. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend, and Monday I'll start sharing all the things. You better believe we'll be there as well. The stories first,
I think
and then we'll go on to the
this is how we're gonna do it for right now.
Day one.
And then I'll switch it to the computer after because
I am now a little over a week post surgery. I won't be able to lift for a few more weeks, but I can walk. So when did she lift in this other surgery? She did step into a gym once, did she? We didn't see a single training thing. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. Maybe it did. But she was good for working out, and her workout was walking to Starbucks. I'm pretty sure with most surgeries, they encourage you to walk. I'm not saying walk 10 miles, but movement, like my dad has those operations all the time. This is why I refer to
I don't smoke cigarettes.
He had 2 knee replacements
smoke
last year.
poppers.
After each knee replacement, he was encouraged to walk that same day.
Because
To stand on it,
I
to get
am
some movement in so it doesn't stiffen so much.
working on stopping drinking lots.
Miles and miles and miles. He was encouraged to have movement in that leg. So
I'm working to stop drinking lots, working to stop doing poppers and stuff. But first, honestly, I just need to get into a routine first. And then once that feels normal, then I can start, getting rid of certain things that are detrimental to my growth as a person. I need to call my therapist. But anyway, let's keep watching.
I think it's weird that she's like, oh, I can finally walk in the last surgery in the post, when in reality, usually speaking, I'm sure there are some surgeries where they don't recommend it. For most surgeries, they do recommend movement because it's good for, for preventing edemas and all that kind of stuff. But it's just, usually speaking, laying still too long, unless it's absolutely necessary, it's not good for the body. It stiffens.
Remember Grey's Anatomy, the 5 W's: wind, water, walking, wound. Wind, water, walking, wound. I'll figure out the other one. Wind, water, walking, wound. My brain wants to say wait, but that doesn't sound right. Wound, water, walking, wind. Doesn't matter. I tried.
I think it is. When I first started being active, I used my stories as a way to hold myself accountable. Well, that's gone great, isn't it? The accountability. Wow, the progress.
I love how I didn't even explain it. So, like, for example, wind is like pulmonary embolism, and whatever. Walking is like blood clot, which would also go for pulmonary embolism. Water is like edema. Wound is obviously looking at the wound for infection and things like that. Wind, wound, water, walking. Yeah. So that's pretty much. There's another one. I can't remember.
With me, guys. Oh my god. I'm going to start doing that again. It helps me. Does it? It doesn't, though. You've only regressed. She's only gone backwards in every single thing she started. Weight loss, training, running, walking. Doesn't matter. Anything she started, fashion, makeup, hair, anything that she does on her channel, she's only gone worse at it. Maybe this will also help someone else too. Probably not. Yes, she is anti-inspo. People watch her to not become like her. People watch Amber and Foodie Beauty, and people like her for 2 reasons. One, to not feel as bad about themselves, because a lot of people that do watch are obese, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think it's sometimes good to, in a way, compare yourself to others to understand that your situation could be worse. And that sounds horrible. It sounds horrible, but we're humans and we will do it. But also, a lot of people watch her and they go like, okay, maybe I want to eat this. Maybe I don't want to go to the gym, and they watch her and they go like, you know what? I will. They watch Foodie Beauty eat a fucking burger and they go like, you know what?
Wonder drugs. Jesus
so it's like
Christ.
Anti-inspo. The inspo that they don't like. Yesterday I walked a lot more than I thought I was capable. I did 2.5 mile walk.
I had to Google it. It's fucking wonder drugs. Like, goddamn. So like opiates and things like that. Causing depression of breathing and whatnot. So allergies, to them. Okay, so so this is my list. For the day. Live streaming, obviously. I flossed and brushed my teeth. You were there for that. I did laundry. I checked some messages. I tidied. Now I'm gonna clean the bathroom. Okay, so while I'm cleaning the bathroom, I'm gonna push the car on. Here. Sorry, I like dissociated for a second there. Let's keep fucking going. Jesus. Anyway, let's clean the bathroom. This is so Shakara and you guys are gonna go down here. We're gonna start with cleaning like my whatever, but I'm gonna grab something really quickly. Hang on, I'm gonna turn you guys around and I gotta grab it really quickly. Okay, so that's my graphic. Jesus, I'm an idiot. Anyway, so let's do this. Oh my god, somehow. So it's always day one, somehow, especially with strong ganja. What do you mean by day one? What do you mean by day one? But anyway, like I do love smoking a lot. It is a hobby that I need to stop doing. I need to switch to edibles is what I mean. Because I got asthma, so. Hi, Harvey. Look at the cat joined us. But, yeah. Anyway, gotta figure out how we're gonna set you guys up. Maybe you guys go. Would you be Alan's on? No, you wouldn't. Day one is that mystical day when you start fixing. Oh. Yeah. I'm trying to fix my life right now. Like, look at this fucking mess. It is so bad. But it's okay. It's okay. We got this. Okay, wait, sorry. I'm gonna push the car on now so that we can enjoy it.
We'll come to that. I have things to say.
Can you?
I had to rest at times and my abdomen was a little sore, but my legs felt great. Yeah, I mean, they should do. There, you didn't have an operation on your legs.
Can you hear me while she's on?
It was a long time. Your legs was done. You had your calves done. And my body is ready to move and I'm so grateful for it. First of all, I actually don't know if this picture is recent or not. It's very hard to see in what she's wearing, whether or not she's in this particular picture has had the stomach surgery. Now, a couple of things. She walked 2.5 miles. I think it's possible. I need to convert to kilometers, guys. I'm terrible at miles. Miles to kilometers. So 2.5.
Okay, so like these are like my favorite earrings. Shit, I keep forgetting you guys are on my phone, but like these are like my favorite earrings. I got these when I was like in grade 8 or whatever. I don't know. I don't wear them. I only wear them on special occasions. This stuff goes together. Come on, organization brain, let's go.
Well, let's put that into a thing. 2.5. 4 kilometers. Okay, let me first of all, in the last video I did, I said that 8 miles was the equivalent of around 30,000 steps. Apparently that's wrong, and I think it was wrong. I think when we did that whole, because we did a whole calculation when she did that. I remember doing the calculations, and maybe I was considering. I was probably rounding it up to a degree because we were saying the steps for the run to her work and back, which is 8 miles in total. But then she said she would also walk to her classes and back. And then obviously there's miscellaneous steps you do throughout the day. So I think it came down to something like 26,000 thereabouts. Because Anna has a big stride as well, which makes a difference, I think. Doesn't mean you do less steps though. I don't know. I'm being dumb. Now I'm being dumb. I can't even think logically about that. But doesn't matter. The reason we got to around 20, the reason I got to around 30,000, it was because we did work out some maths. I remember pulling up like an actual step counter calculator thing. And I think it was some days she would get up to around 30,000 steps based on running, going to the gym there and back, walking there and back, and just general movement steps that you get throughout the day. So I was wrong that 8 miles is not 30,000 steps. It's closer to like 18 to 20,000 steps. Regardless, you have to put work in to get that many steps a day, and it doesn't matter.
Okay, it's actually not quite like day one for me. By the way, because gotta love when you have a dog. Well, when you have dogs living with you, but whatever. Anyway, I think this is like day 2, day 3. I'm just choosing to start live streaming it today because I think I'm going to be able to like keep some form of consistency again. I hope. Anyway, let's keep going.
Whether it's 20 or 30, I mean, like, that's a big difference. Obviously, it is. Like, I'm not gonna lie there. But there's no way a 300-pound, 350-pound Anna, between 300 and 400 pounds, because she lost around 100 pounds, her highest being around the 380s when she started her blog. She did dip apparently into the 294s. I think somebody was saying on Reddit yesterday that the lowest, or the day before, I'm not sure, the lowest recorded weight they have on her is like 294, which is basically around 300. But she just dipped under the 300s. I'm not sure if there's pictures of it. I haven't seen it. The lowest I've seen her is around the 310s, something like that. But whatever. It's like neither here nor there, really. The point is when you're that size, you are not doing an average, as well as working a full-time job, by the way. This wasn't when she was an influencer. This was when she was working a full-time job. When you're working a full-time job, you're not doing, say, 20,000 steps a day on average, unless that's part of your job or you're making a real serious fucking effort. But then in her blog, she admits to.
Oh, no. I understand that. Okay, I get it. I get what you mean. But, like, bro, let's get our lives together. Akiton? Akiton? Acton. I don't know. But we'll get our lives together one grain of sand at a time.
That she can't walk that far, and that she got tired and she would never even walk to work. She could barely get a mile in, let alone run to work and back, and then run to her classes and do 2 soul cycle classes. It never happened. Anyway, do I think she did 2.5 miles of walking, 4 kilometers in a day? It's around like 5,000-6,000 steps. I don't think that that's necessarily impossible. Did she do it in one walk? Well, I think what happened is she did 2.5 mile walk. It took her hours. That's my guess. I'm pretty sure it took her a long time. And I think she maybe walked around the town, sat down, had some lunch, walked a bit more. Because when you're strolling and doing things, you can easily get in a lot of steps. Go to the mall. If you go to a fairly big mall, anytime I go to the mall, I get like 4,000 or 5,000 steps. And just walking around, looking at shops, stopping here, doing that, sitting down, getting my espresso frappuccino with sugar-free vanilla and decaf coffee. Love that. When I go to the mall, I will have myself that particular Starbucks. Mooching around, that kind of stuff. You will do like, I personally do it like anywhere between 3,000 to 6,000 calories steps. Sorry, depending on how big the mall is. So do I believe she did that? Yeah, I believe she had 2.5 miles. I think it took her more than what it should take. Like for me, 2.5 miles is like I said, that's around 4 kilometers. This is like a 40-minute walk. 40 to 60-minute walk if I'm with the dogs, depending on which dogs I take with me. If I take Rosie, it takes longer because she smells everywhere. If it's Daisy, we just power through. Daisy likes to run. I will just let her off the lead in places, throw stakes, and she runs, and I just move on. So, do I believe that's possible? Yeah. Do I think it took her a long time? Also, yeah. Do I think it was like she went out for a walk, an intentional walk? No, I think she went to a mall or center and got some food and shopping and just did 2.5 miles. That's my guess. Now, the Fitbit. I don't believe the Fitbit. There's no fucking way that
I have always yeah, everybody like it's not. I don't think she means to like knock like going for like going to the mall for like a walk and whatever, and like that's how you like count it as exercise and stuff like that. There's practically nothing in this. And that's how and if you count that as exercise and stuff, I don't think she's technically knocking that. That's honestly like a really great way to go and do exercise. It's just to like browse places and stuff. It's not great for your wallet. But it's good for your physical health. I need to like pour this into the one that's currently in use. Ooh, this is covered in cat hair. Oh, that's not it. That's what that goes. Okay, I'm gonna like wipe it all out and like everything is just why? It is bad for your wallet though, bro. Especially if you have poor impulse control. Oof. Anyway, let's listen to Shakara tell us more about how to fix our lives if we were glitter and lasers.
Anna did almost 12,000 steps. And I say that because a few weeks ago she had to sit down to cut onions and had to spread her meal prep out across several days. And you can say it's more tedious to stand up than it is to walk. Yes, to a degree. But 12,000 steps. See, like I can prove data. I don't believe anything. I don't believe this. Because also, first of all, it's weird that there's no people were pointing this out on Reddit. The flights thing doesn't make sense. And I remember when I did have a Fitbit, it does count steps. Like you always get some steps in, some flights. So it's a bit some flights of stairs. Sorry. So it's weird.
I want a Fitbit, but right now I know firstly, I can't afford it right now. But secondly, I think if I were to like wear it, it would be like I gotta get used to doing activity first to then get my Fitbit, start counting my whatever foods and like making sure I'm eating proper amounts and whatever's, because life. I don't know, bro. I need to like not be disordered with my food.
That there's zero. That's very strange because like it will count even things as flights of stairs when they're not flights of stairs. So on Sunday, I did 12,000 steps. So
hotel soaps, obviously hotel soaps.
If I show you. So 12,000 steps on the 20th. Then if I go to the time, that's over 2 hours of walking. Now that doesn't sound like a lot. This is also a tracker that's on my phone and not on my wrist, which does make a difference. When it's on your wrist, you do a lot more steps anyway. And also anytime you're doing stuff like this, depending on how you set it up, the sensitivity of it, all of this movement, doing this, going like this.
Like I also have wanted one for my ankle because like how like as exactly what she's explaining right now, it's a lot more accurate if you put it on your foot or your waist. I think it's more accurate on your waist, but like I kind of feel like it would be like it'd have to be like really tiny and like you'd have to clip into like a loop or like, you know, I don't know. Do they have those? Oh shit.
Is all of that, it will literally count as steps, right? So do I think Anna, post-surgery, was active for more than 2 hours in a day taking steps? No. It doesn't sound like a lot, but I know that because this day I purposely was active. I was purposely trying to get my steps in. I went to the gym, I walked the dogs, we went to the church, we walked here to a restaurant. Like I was purposely getting steps in. If I'm just sticking to my dog walks,
I guess so. Like I've also heard that like 2,500 is all you need for basic cardiovascular health and things like that. And I don't know. It's it's just like oh my god, that was so disgusting. I'm so sorry. But like it's just like the basic, like basically like the more steps you get, the more calories you burn. You know, that's like the idea behind it. But like, yeah, 6,000 steps. I don't think most people get 6,000 steps. I think most people get like, how many steps do most people get? Let's see. People take a day. So the average for adults in the US, I'm Canadian, but the average for adults in the US is 4,500. I mean, 4,000 to 5,000 steps. Jesus, I cannot. So low activity is apparently 5,000 to 700 and oh my god, I'm trying to say 7,500. So 5,000 to 7,500 steps per day is considered low level activity. Somewhat activity is 75,000 to 10,000 steps per day. But this is AI. So like Healthline will say that the average is from 4,000 to 18,000, but AI had stated that it was 3,000 to 12,000. But is Healthline necessarily the one that we want to go through medical news today? Most people in the United States only take 4,700. So yeah, around 4,000 to 5,000 steps, which is about 2 miles. Yeah, that's actually that's like not good. Like just 2 miles. Yeah, I mean like okay, I thought like 2 kilometers, but like 2 miles is like okay. Like, but like if you're just going for like a walk and you like do like 2 miles, that's like a lot. If you're just going for like a walk, because it's like I think an hour and a half. No, it's like 2 hours. I think. Sorry, I can't see what you're saying if you're saying anything. There you go. What's my highest? Holy shit. Okay, my highest, I can check. Okay, that doesn't fuck it up. States got lower average here in South Germany. Okay, nice. Germans are, well, that's also because you're like, I'm not like you're a fucking European. Europeans do, as like Shakara does state herself, Europeans do have higher standards of activity and stuff like that. I'm like I'm having difficult. Wait, I need to go to my page and then not my average daily, but I know I've done more than 20,000. I think it was like 25,000 or something like that. But I just want to pull up the receipts so that I'm not being like an idiot. Yeah. Okay, I don't care about the badges. I care about like my actual my personal bests. There we go. 3,400 34,853. 34,853. Yeah, bro, we're just like improving. That's like all that matters. It's just to improve. But I don't remember when I did that, honestly. When did I do that? That was probably a lot. Yep. Okay. So doesn't matter. It honestly doesn't matter when that happened. Doesn't matter when that happened. Let's go back to this so that we can fix. Why did I decide to go check that?
And not much else in that day. I barely get 10,000 steps a day. And that's me taking one of the dogs out for a big walk in the morning for around 45 minutes. And then 2 or 3 more walks in the day, depending on whether they need to go out sometimes. Rosie had a bit of an upset stomach last week, so she had to go out a couple of times in the day. But the point of that is that like I literally have to make consistent.
He's allowed on the bathroom counters. He's not allowed on the kitchen counters. Or like anything really where food goes. So
effort to go out. And even though I'm pregnant, I can stand up and cut vegetables for half an hour to an hour and do cooking. She has to sit down. And she made a whole hoo-ha, but a whole big deal about going for her Starbucks walk. So that word, Starbucks walk. And that was like a 10-minute walk. But now we're supposed to believe she did like over 2 hours of walking. Like she did with the other operation. She made it out like, oh, I just went for like a few mile walk. No, you didn't. That didn't happen. So no, this number, I don't know how it's done. I don't know where she got it from. Maybe this is just taken from the internet. But it's weird. The number is too high. I don't believe she did 12,000 steps a day because people do have to make a conscious effort to do that. She ain't walking her dog that much. We all know that. So 12,000 steps, I don't believe that this is either hers or she fudged the numbers one way or another. Because, like I said, like I have to make a conscious effort. And that's not me flexing on Anna. It's just putting it into a perspective of that somebody that is usually quite fit and active, that isn't super morbidly obese, that hasn't just had several operations. Yeah, I'm pregnant, but besides that point, I have to make the effort. Most people have to make an effort to get to those steps a day. So I don't believe that for a second. All right, next up. And yes, I will be catching you up with the last surgery as well. This week's content will be all surgery focused. You'll get a few videos from me, guys. Don't worry about it. I just want to start documenting my movement now because of how much it helps me. I'm ready to rebuild my patterns, and I want to use every tool I have available to do that successfully. Okay. Documenting my movement now because of how much it helps me. I don't really understand what's different now from the last few months and the last operations. Has she not been documenting her movement all the time? Is it something new that she's deciding to do? I'm a bit weird. I'm a bit confused about that statement. I'm ready to rebuild my patterns. What patterns? I don't understand what patterns need to be rebuilt. You had liposuction. You didn't have your leg amputated and you're learning how to rewalk. You didn't break your spine and you needing to learn to rewalk. Oh my God, that's not even English. Wow. She had liposuction, guys. She couldn't exercise, walk in particular for maybe like as much as she would like, as per her 12,000 steps a day. She could maybe not walk as much as she'd like for a couple of weeks. I'm pretty sure that like I've done my birth situation. Yeah, I probably need to have bed rest for a few days. But I'm also pretty sure that I can start walking and doing small walks and stuff like that by the end of the week. I mean, like, I don't know. Obviously, I don't know. Depends on how it goes. But praying, assuming, putting the energy out there that everything goes well and I'm not like completely tearing open, or I need to have like it's a bad delivery. I'm touch wood, that doesn't happen. But assuming everything goes well, I'm pretty sure within like a week I'm able to do walks. And I don't mean going for a fucking hike for 2, 3, 4 hours. I mean, like walking the dogs in the park here. I just don't see why I won't be. Maybe I'm grossly underestimating pregnancy, but also women have been pregnant throughout the centuries, and a lot of women have to go back to work after a few weeks. So does that mean that's okay? No, I'm not saying that's okay at all. I'm just saying that, yes, there is some damage that needs healing, but also, unless it's very severe, I'm pretty sure you can do some movement by the end of the week. But again, maybe I'm completely wrong and I'm completely underestimating it and I'm super naive. And obviously, I don't know how it's going to go. Every pregnancy, every birth is very individualized. But she's making it sound like, I'm genuinely serious, she's had her leg amputated or she was fucking...
I personally do not want to go through experience birth, but I want to have lots of kids. So I do gotta get mentally stable so that I can get lots of kids.
Paralyzed, and now she has to relearn how to walk. You were able to walk before. Like, what do you have to relearn? Rebuild my pattern, not relearn. What do you have to rebuild?
Oh, damn.
Like, seriously, like, I'm genuinely wondering, what do you have to rebuild? What patterns are you missing out on? Like, what has these operations stopped?
There's gonna be wig restoration at some point because, like, goddamn. Well, restoration, I don't know, but like combing them out and praying that what we do with it works. Because, like, I do like this wig. It would be like right cute to wear, especially when like I have my hair and my beads.
You from being in your normal routine. I don't understand like what she had done that stopped her from having a normal routine. I just don't get it. Like, you can keep a routine going even though there's things going on in your life and operations and stuff like that. Like, maybe that's a me thing, maybe it's her ADHD. But I like routine. I like doing things around certain times. So, but you learn, I don't understand why she's making like a big deal about it. Again, she's making it sound like she had her legs amputated and she's learning to rewalk. So the surgery was a bit different. Now we're going to come into some controversy and I want your opinions shortly. And I'll give you mine, obviously. Because I'm so afraid to give my opinions. So the surgery was a bit different because I decided to do it at the Advanced Lipedema Treatment Center in Salt Lake instead of LA. I just wanted to see the Post Malone raising canes. Just kidding. She's absolutely not. 100% she went there. Guaranteed she went there as a pre-surgery meal. 100%. Honestly, I just wanted to change it up a bit because I was mentally very over surgery going into this. We'll get into that. I wanted something, anything to make me feel excited about another round of recovery. Sometimes a little change of space helps. So, let's dissect this. She went to a different treatment center. Why would this be? I've seen the conspiracies on Kiri Farms and on Reddit. In my opinion, I'm going to speculate. This is just my opinion based on absolutely no truth. We've not seen anything. Nothing's been confirmed. I think it's multifactorial. I think, one, I don't think the one she went to in LA is set up to do this particular surgery because from what I understand, it's a bit more intensive than the brachioplasty and the lipo she's had done. From what I understand, these stomach surgeries are a bit more delicate, and they are more considered like serious operations as opposed to just like liposuction, which is, I mean, every operation is serious, but you know what I'm trying to say, like there's levels, right? Like having a fucking tumor from your brain removed is not the same as having some fat sucked out of your thigh. Like, let's be real. So I think it's because of that, and maybe they are better equipped. Maybe
I'm gonna go grab a garbage bag, and I'm gonna grab some wipes. Harvard.
they have like an ER, an emergency room in case things go wrong, because even though in LA technically it was like an okay-ish setup, some people did confirm this, it wasn't really like, let's put it like that. I would not like to get operated in a room like that. I've got my contraceptive implant removed here in Bulgaria a few years ago, because the waiting list on the NHS was just too long, and I could just literally get it done for a few $100 here, and I did it. Bulgarian hospitals are, if you're a Westerner, some of the hospitals, unless you go private, the state hospitals, and this is not shit on Bulgaria, I like living here. I'm going to give birth in the state hospital because the doctors are better, the equipment is better. Private hospitals are fancier, they're more pretty looking, but the state hospitals tend to have the best doctors because they're university hospitals, and people all go there and teach their lecturers, they continue their education. So I care more about the quality of my doctor than that I have a super modern fancy room to recover in, to be honest. I'm more concerned that if something happens to my baby, that there is a NICU in place, as opposed to a private hospital where there is no NICU, but it's all pretty and fancy. Like, that's just my priority. But some of the state hospitals are, especially from the outside, the facades, like all the buildings here, are not particularly nice. Some of the equipment can be a bit old, and I don't mean in terms of the surgical equipment, which I'll get into. I just mean in terms of like
Great value.
some of the beds, for example, or like the rooms. It's old. Like, there's no other way to say it, and that's not to shit on Bulgaria.
Oh no, it is absolutely not. It is not a sustainable way. Girly like went through so many surgeries. She's bigger than she was before she started the fucking surgeries. Like it's not sustainable in any sense. Like, I mean, like, weight loss surgery after you've gone through the psychological or like this would have been productive if she had also gone through the psychological expectations for weight loss surgery that are in place in most places, I hope. Like, you know, like the fact that you have to be able to lose weight on your own, you have to be able to drink just liquid for a month after your surgery and stuff like that. So like there's like a lot of like expectations for surgery, like weight loss surgery. So I'd expect that there would have been lots of expectations for this type of surgery because she's doing it for aesthetic. Well, no, there'd be expectations for the surgery because she's doing it for medical reasons, right? So you'd expect that there'd be a psychiatrist or a psychologist or some shit involved, or even like a psychotherapist, or like just someone qualified, you know? Anyway, sorry about that tangent. That's my thought process.
Again, it's not at all. It's just a statement of facts. I've been into hospitals from my hometown. I've been into hospitals with my dad a lot in Belgium, and it's more modern. That's just the way it is, unfortunately.
Thank you for liking the stream. Thank you. Thank you. Yay.
Bulgaria is a poor country, compared to a lot of Western European countries, and therefore not as much money from the States being poured into this kind of stuff. However, when I had this done, it was a completely sterile, clean, with modern equipment operating rooms, which is what I care about. I don't really, like I said, I don't really care if I have a super duper fancy bed that can do all the movements and like a flat screen TV, like that's massive and blah, 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 all of that kind of stuff. It's nice. It's not necessary. As long as the hospitals are clean and as long as they have good doctors and good nurses, that's all I care about. But I would not, even for my implant removal, which was just a local anesthetic, I would not. And yeah, I had to get that done because in the UK, they shot it in wrong and they had to literally dig it out. And you know, the implant that should sit just under the arm, just like that, it was just in my arm. So they had to remove it surgically. But yeah, I would rather have, I would not want to have that removal done in that operating theater where she worked in. Because to me, compared to even where I went in the hospital in Bulgaria, it was subpar. And I'm not saying it is because I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Remember, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a surgeon. It just looked weird to me, the whole setup of the room. It didn't seem like sterile enough. So I think that's the thing. She went there for just in case there was an emergency.
Just straight, the room that she was in looked like a fucking like you know, it almost looked like a dentist office. And you know, them motherfuckers are not sterile, number one. Number two, it also looked like a hotel. Like a bougie dentist office, pretty much. Yeah.
See, I think she went there because it is a more complex operation from what I understand, which is not much, but from the little I've read on forums and I've read up about, it seems more complex. I also think that Amron is either not qualified enough or he's realizing that doing operations on Anna is giving him a lot of negative attention online, not the positive attention he was hoping for. It's actually not besmirching, it's sullying his name almost. He's being called a quack, a crap doctor, all of those things because of questionable practices, in my opinion and other people's opinions. I think there's that maybe they also don't want to work with Anna because she is just annoying. Like, let's be fucking real. She is highly inappropriate. She is flirting with doctors. She is doing weird shit all the time, which, you know, if you were like, not to be offensive, but the reality is if she was like 400 pounds lighter and like a lot prettier and that kind of stuff, unfortunately, this is where pretty privilege comes in. People probably are less offended by it, and that's unfortunately the reality of it, you know. But besides that point, I think there's that, and I also think there's the before and after pictures that are just gonna be horrifying because we all know she's gained weight visually. So how does this look for his portfolio? So I don't think it's anything to do with her being mentally over surgery. I think it's to do with they don't want to deal with her fucking ass anymore, but they're in some sort of contractual agreement. They have to complete it. They have to oblige it. So, and also, if she's so over surgery, why have the surgery? Like, why, if you need to be excited about recovery, why don't you just not have the fucking operations? Because they're not necessary. They are cosmetic, despite how she wants to twist and turn this. They are 100% cosmetic. She does not need these surgeries in order to not be a vegetable. She may think that, maybe she was told this, but the reality is none of these surgeries are life-saving or actually necessary. She can have these results through weight loss surgery with a GLP-1 and or through just white-knuckling dieting or being in a calorie deficit. She doesn't even have to do a diet. She just has to be in a calorie deficit. So I don't really get it. I get it. I understand what she's saying, but from her perspective, I don't get it because she's doing this to herself. She doesn't have to do any of those things. She's choosing to do this. So let me know your thoughts. Why do you think she went? to a different surgery place. I think it's both that, yeah, I do think it's that it's a better equipped hospital, well, hopefully, for her sake. I mean, she made it, so it's fine. But I do think it's a better equipped hospital, and I think maybe Amron just didn't want to fucking deal with her ass anymore. All right, so preparing for my last surgery with advanced lipedema treatment was a whirlwind. Normally, I'm so organized and thorough. No, you're not. You're everything but that. You're chaotic in every aspect of your life. You don't do anything proper ever. She's not at all organized at all. Everything scales. But this time around, the fourth time around, for those keeping up, I was over it. Yeah, but nobody's forcing you to do this. It's completely your own choice. So instead of meticulously packed suitcase, I had a hastily packed bag, crammed close a half an hour before leaving for the airport. Oh, I don't even understand what you mean that. Regardless of how well I pack, I still manage to forget things in every single surgery. I've learned that if anything is essential is missing, that I'm an adult with a credit card. I can figure this out. Yeah, I mean that's kind of important. Also, like, what is really essential, usually speaking, I guess toiletries, change of clothes, money, IDs. That's it in it. So she's saying she packed her suitcase half an hour before leaving, or she left it up to, yeah, I think that's what she's saying, right? It doesn't take that long to pack a suitcase. Granted, I am the kind of person that I do start packing a few days before it, but that's because I want certain clothing items when I go away, so then I don't end up wearing them. So I do that, but it doesn't take long to pack a bag, especially when you're going away for a few days. The reality is it takes like 20 minutes. It doesn't even really take half an hour. If you're going away for like a week or so, it doesn't actually take long. But yeah, obviously you're an adult, so if you need to buy things, you can. So let's see. All right, let's start from the beginning.
I leave for my last surgery in less than an hour, and it should come as no surprise. I'm not packed.
Suitcase, cheap pajamas, because you're gonna bleed all over them. If they get destroyed, you don't want to be emotionally attached.
2 underwear.
Yeah, I mean, why would you have maybe people have expensive pajamas. I'm not an expensive pajama person. There's nothing wrong with having.
So, no, she's in America. Her name is Glitter and Lasers. Nobody's really heard of her before. I really, but like she's got millions of followers on different platforms, so that's why lots of people react to her, because they're trying to correct the misinformation that she spreads. Yeah, she's not Canadian.
Expensive pajamas. Some people like wearing pajamas. I'm just not that kind of person.
Black for photos, orange for markings. Compression. Blanket for when you're not.
Which are still not proper medical grade compression. So I'm kind of surprised I let her wear that. I would imagine that she will actually get wrapped up, but there you go.
Nasty. Shower curtain and duct tape to protect the bed in case things get gross. My emotional.
Shower tape, shower curtain. So are you telling me she lays that on the bed like a plastic material? She lays that on the bed for when she's leaking? What? Why won't you just get something like puppy pads to why won't you put something like that underneath to absorb? Or does that go on top of the puppy pads? Because imagine already being fucking sweaty and leaking, and then on top of that you're laying on plastic. First of all, how are you going to sleep? It's going to be noisy. And then on top of that, you're leaking on plastic, so it's not even going to get absorbed anything. So you're creating just a pool of fucking disgusting body fluids. No. This is something I saw, by the way, as a trick, a recommendation for babies when they, is that you do actually get the puppy pads because they're cheaper than the human things, and you put the puppy pads as a layer underneath. You do it like in 2 layers. So you do a layer of puppy pads, a sheet, and then another layer of puppy pads and another sheet. So if your kid soils the bed at night, you can just pull away 1 layer, poof, and then if it happens again, you can still pull away another layer, and that way that you can deal with the mess in the morning as opposed to changing sheets in the night, which I thought was very clever. And puppy pads, you do get them in very big, and they aren't very inexpensive. So, but yeah, I'm a bit surprised that she's doing.
It's what I just try to like, I'm just like spreading Alona's word. But like, I'm also like a nursing student, so like I'm bringing it from my perspective, right? So, yeah.
That kind of plastic, but maybe she's doing it like on the.
Thank you.
The pads that she's, because I remember she lays on some pads, right? She has to have something that absorbs. You can't just lay on plastic because that's just gonna pull. Fucking God, can you imagine how fucking disgusting that is?
Pork cup and a ton of electrolytes. No,
Do they not give that in the hospital, electrolytes?
got skincare, toothpaste.
At least her hair is washed, so you can tell she is definitely leaving soon because we have somewhat clean hair for a change.
Hairbrush, hair oil, all that stuff. Last but not least, these are just pads left from my other surgery. That's everything for my child.
So that's the pads. Okay, so she.
Honestly, I just love how brutal Alona can be. Just like, she's like just honest. She's just like, but like it's brutal. Is there a cat behind me? I heard me. All right, but yeah, I just love how brutal she can be.
Push the sheet underneath the pads, I would imagine.
Bag. Now my carry-on.
Packing my podcast equipment because we're recording while I'm there. Next, I have my.
Yeah, I also don't believe she filmed this half an hour or an hour before leaving, because all of this, setting up different camera angles and talking and having to retake shots takes time. So this is a lie. Granted, it's only a few minutes clips, but as somebody that would film and vlog, etc. like that, I know that this kind of stuff takes time. So she didn't leave it just an hour. This was on the day of travel.
My CPAP, I know a bunch of you are going to say you can carry this on. I know you can carry it on, but mine got stolen once, so I don't.
No, it didn't. It didn't get stolen at all. You left your CPAP on the fucking flight. You forgot it, and you made people go back to go and get it, if I remember correctly. Nobody's going to steal your disgusting fucking CPAP. It doesn't happen. No, you forgot it. Why is she always rewriting history?
Hey guys, I woke up to like a pretty sassy DM, and the person was like, obviously you're having a terrible time, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, you know what? If you don't like me, you don't have to follow me. And I get it. I'm not for everyone. It's not personal. I'm not going to be hurt about it. But please just like unfollow me. And also, if I do seem tired right now and you missed it, I lost my CPAP on the plane. And you missed it. I lost my CPAP on the plane. So I'm currently not sleeping. So I'm doing the best I can with 0 sleep. And if you have a CPAP, you understand. Because without it, I am borderline monster status. The fact that I'm continuing to be a nice person is really, really a triumph, a personal triumph, to be honest.
Not anymore. Got running shoes.
Why does she have running shoes? Going for a walk, yes. Nobody's telling her to go for a run. Also, I'm not sure if she should even have these kind of shoes because they're too padded. Like, I don't know if that's good for her ankles or her knees.
Compression socks. One nice outfit, makeup, because I'm delusional and think I might actually do some. Here's everything that's going to go in my backpack. Oh, I just dropped stuff. Meds.
Holy shit, that's a lot of medication, isn't it? Jesus Christ.
She absolutely is. She absolutely is triggered, guys. Like, it's not even funny. Oh shit, I keep forgetting that I can't pause it on this one.
Holy moly.
Boom. A book. I probably won't read it, but I'd like to think I will. All of the cords. My wallet, Aquaphor. for my arms, a battery pack, my computer.
It's wild how big she's compared to a freaking laptop. Also, notice how she's doing most of this sitting down. But she walked 11,000 steps though, sure.
I leave for my lab.
Of course, we have the fake positivity, fake happiness, because who would we be if not? Yeah, fair enough. She didn't do this half an hour before leaving. That's just a straight up lie. Alrighty, so we have this one here. Oh, did we see a face slip? Because with Anna, you can always see her mask slip. She's always like, and then she's proper moody afterwards. But I think she's learning to like not cut it so short. Yeah, you can see the face is starting to slip here. It is starting to slip. All right. We've got the packing thing. She's literally selling everything on this LTK.
Hello.
So, some sweets. All right.
By the way, I blame my cats for the disheveledness of my wigs.
Fun little PR unboxing. What products do you want to see and test or try out? All right, let's have a look. I'm a bit like I'm not too sure. How do people feel about PR unboxings? I'm personally not for or against it. What I don't like is in general. I don't mind influencers being sent stuff because I understand that's part and parcel of the job. I feel they're a little bit extravagant. It's kind of we're living in an economy where a lot of people aren't well off. So I don't necessarily know if it's in good taste, even though I'm not really against it. The problem that I have is that people are unboxing products from brands that they might not even use and or ever use. So, for example, I think if I was to be sent, say, new supplements to try out, to unbox from a product from a brand that I like, say like Ghost Nutrition, for example, I don't think that would be bad because there's stuff that I would like. Not really now. I use amino sometimes. That's basically the extent of my weightlifting supplements that I use. But otherwise, I use whey protein. But otherwise, I don't really.
Ignoring my knees, I've just been leaning on them a second ago. But and have a charging break. We're gonna charge everything, but I gotta get rid of the garbage on the floor so that nobody has to. Step in that. I'm going to check this. Love for all. Yes. But I will be back. You know what? Actually, let me make my. Yeah, I have to go to the bathroom first, and then I'll be back. Okay. Okay. Watch the cat. I have returned. Aw, we lost our second friend. Our other friend. Now I decided what to eat. Well, we charge. Oh my god. And the cat is like on the thing. Oh, I've lost everyone. Oh well. Yogurt. Okay. So, gonna grab some bowls or a bowl. I use the shitty styrofoam ones for cutting up stuff because oh they're all fucked. Fuck. Okay, well let's go to fucking garbage then. So, raspberries. Just for vitamins. That's what the raspberries are there for. Vitamins. I'm gonna go, this is a large banana. Let me check the chat real quick. No. Nobody. It's all good. Okay, so. I will play. I'm not just cutting it on the floor, by the way. Just thought you'd wanna know. Bananas. It's that. And then the yogurt. It's 15 grams of protein, 2% fat. 3/4 cup is 160 calories. Okay, I like to mix my Greek yogurt up. I know probably most of you do, just because like it's gross if you don't, in my opinion. I don't know if you can hear me. I hope you can hear me. Probably about a cup, maybe 3/4 cup to a cup. Could be like more than a cup too. I don't know. It's a cup, give or take. And then if I wanted to add, I don't know if I need to add that shit. I can't add something else. But then, so like 160 calories plus like 150 for the banana, maybe 2. Are bananas? No, they're 100. So like 150 for the banana, and then like 10 for the raspberries. And hang on, we'll just do this while I'm sitting. Okay. It's all garbage now. It's 150. I gotta bring my food scale in here, like, cause I hate just like estimating my calories. I gotta like figure it out, like estimating my calories like this. Like it's, I'm gonna say that's about 1/3 cup. Now it's gonna be like a little mukbang. If you mix frozen banana with high quality cocoa powder and a little milk, you have an amazing ice cream. Venezuelans call it nice ice cream. It's healthy and you can add cinnamon or something else. I guess so. I've never thought of that, but like I'm not a fan of cocoa. I'm not a fan of cocoa, chocolate. And well, I don't know if I'm not a fan of cocoa. I might like cocoa because I like hot chocolate and stuff, but I don't like what do you call it? Holy fuck, I'm dying. I'm dying. Okay. But yeah. So this is my meal. This is my approximation of 1/3 cup of cheese, and that would be like 90 cal. I'm like not showing you properly, but this is my 1/3 cup of cheese, which would be like 90 calories. This is about 160 calories of. We already went through this, right? Yeah, you get it. This stick is 150 calories, and I think it was 8 grams of protein. But yeah, so I'm gonna see if I can set us up more this way. We're gonna take a toke, of course, because that's just what life intended for us today. But now you're supposed to be like looking at me. But like, people like it when you eat food on camera, right? Canadocrity. This is like day one proper eating. So thank you, honestly. Like, I'm trying. This is my first meal of the day too. So I don't know. Like, you can't. I need to like raise this somehow. I have figured it out. Me being big brain activities going on right now. Oh my god. Okay. So this. Have I done it? Oh, maybe it's not though. Wait. Or if I do it this way, maybe. I've raised myself a little bit. Further away, maybe? The flag behind you is banned. What do you mean? Why? Why? What's the problem with it? Should be like that's you live in Germany, right? Like, wow. I thought Germany was like fairly progressive in that sense. Is it just the flag, or is it like don't be outside at all? I kind of get what you mean, but yeah. All right, guys. You're gonna like maybe like move back a little. My water is over here. But anyway, let's set Shakara back up. I gotta plug in my phone. The whole reason why I'm sitting and eating and taking a toke is so shit can charge. I'm thinking I might like do this every day. Like just like live stream and just seeing if I'm getting better or not, you know? Because like I'm like,
You stuff like that.
I'm gonna be like them, but like actually succeeding and getting healthy and hopefully not gain like 400 pounds. But anyway, that's like, I mean, like I've literally been like 100 pounds before, but that was because I had an eating disorder. But I digress. Let's move on. Let's get the toque going, right?
So I think for me to then start using like for like I can only refer to myself. If I was to do like unboxings or try on hauls from brands that I don't wear or products that or brands that I don't like to use or products that I don't use, I feel that's disingenuous, even though I know they sent it to you for free. I feel like, in my opinion, as an influencer, I know your job is like you get paid, and you don't get paid to do it, they send you this stuff for free, but for you to have some not authority, but like validity, or that's not even the word I'm looking for. For example, I know that if I put a product on my channel that I promote, that I'm collaborating with somebody or they send to me, I know that people will know that this is something that I use and I like because of the fact that I very rarely promote anything on my channel. So therefore, if I do promote something, people will believe that this is something that I do genuinely trust and believe in because I don't just shill shit to my audience. Do you know what I mean? There's a word for that and I can't freaking find it. Whereas with her, she shills anything and everything as long as it's sent to her for free, and you don't ever really see her reuse it.
Congratulations, man. Like I need to, well, when I get money, I'm going to go into the gym, but I think I'm going to do this every day, like live stream, like my life and whatever. Not like my entire life because like I can't, but like I'm going to live stream me exercising at home because I don't have a gym membership and you guys are going to just like see me at home. Right? So, yay! Oh, my cat did not like that. He did not like that at all. But, oh my god, look. This lighting is like kind of, is it this arm? This lighting is kind of good. See? Look at that tricep. Look at that tricep. Anyway.
So let's see what she's got. Oh, let me get the audio up, huh?
PR, and I thought I would show you guys what I got. First up is a whole bunch of stuff from Clarins. They just got a new water lip stain. I freaking love their lip oil. It's my favorite, so I'm very excited to try these. Next, I have a box from Elvis. And inside of this, ooh, yes. It is their...
She acts like a fucking child at Christmas. Normally speaking, the few unboxings I have seen, people go like, oh, look at the packaging, look at this. They open it, they inspect it, they look at the product that it's in, they do a little swipe, a little tester, they open up and go like, oh, look, guys, this is what it looks like. That's what I'm used to from like makeup unboxings, from when I used to watch like a bit more makeup content, beauty YouTube.
New crochet cleansing balm. It literally just ran through my other Elvis cleansing balm. I'm not kidding. Like this is it. So perfect timing. Next,
I am partial to a cleansing balm. I do tend to use a 2-step cleansing method. I cleanse first with a balm and then I go in with a gel if I'm wearing proper makeup because I find it doesn't get everything off otherwise.
I've got this ridiculously luxe box from Wyatt.
If people judge me for eating with my hands, that's like kind of like that's like weird to me because like I eat with my hands cold. Like I went on this date with this girl and like we went to go hang out with her friends and whatever, and it was a barbecue and stuff, and they forgot to get like plastic utensils and stuff and they didn't want to use, so they were just like, guys, this is okay if you eat with your hands. And like we're like, yeah, we can eat with our hands. It's not that big of a fucking deal because culturally I eat with my hands and whatever. And she was just like, ew. And it's like it's literally chicken. Like barbecue chicken. And then we also had like a salad too. But like that's like whack in my opinion. I mean, like, you guys can all have, like, you can have a preference. You can say, like, it's just, like, a texture thing. It's, like, whatever. But then she was judging us for eating with our hands. That's where I crossed the line. Like, you can be, like, not okay with it on your own. But, like, don't judge other people for doing things like that, you know.
So, and inside of it, oh, my God.
This is very nicely packaged.
Gosh, these are so cool.
I'm surprised YSL sent her anything, to be honest. It must just be because she has a large subscriber count.
Oh, these are lip plumping oil gloss. I'm a sucker for lip plumping stuff. I just like the way it
Yeah, I will be too, if I think it's like her.
feels. I don't really care if my lips are plump, but I like that cinnamony feel. So I'm actually going to snatch this one to just go in the bag right now.
Why doesn't she swatch any of it? Just to show like, oh, look what it does, or try one on her lips to share.
Next up.
I love that. I love that. Honestly. Like, I'm Zimbabwean. I moved to Canada when I was 9. That's a whole story. But anyway, it was like, it shot, like, we had, my dad, took us to his family friend, and his family friend straight was like, eating cultural food with a fork and a knife. And my dad literally looked at him and he was like, the fuck? Like, what happened? And like his entire family, like his kids and everything, were eating with a fork and a knife. And his wife was eating with her hands, and like everybody else was eating with a fork and a knife, and then we were eating with our hands. And it was just like, it was just I don't know.
It's from Kate Somerville. Whoop. Ooh. Eradicate Foaming Cleanser. I already used this. And Skin Transforming Serum. I've never used this.
Didn't she do like a whole makeup routine the other day and she didn't share this? Or was this only her skincare morning, like putting it on? Maybe that was us.
Now we have a box from Elephants. Oh.
I'm so on Drunk Elephant. I find their products a little bit overpriced. Some stuff is pretty good. Some is like, I don't know, like I don't understand why it's so expensive, to be honest.
Oh gosh, there's so many goodies in here. Okay, I love this repair cream. I'm going to Utah soon, and this would actually be really good for that. Hand cream, same thing. What is this? Oh, it's a card deck. That's clever. They do the cleverest PR packages.
She doesn't show it though. She's like so impressed, but she doesn't show any of it. Like, what fucking unboxing is this? What's the point? Like, what's the point? You're just like, you just show saying what's in it, but you're not showing any of the packaging. What is it? You're not explaining none of the products. Is that like, surely that's part of the unboxings? That's when I've seen PR unboxings before, usually that is part of it.
And what a sweet way to end. It's Smart Sweets Easter. I already opened these, and I'm really excited because I freaking love Smart Sweets.
We know you like candies. You don't look like this if you didn't like candy. I like candy too, though. Especially sour pick and mix. Don't come for me. But nobody's surprised, Anna.
She's candy rich.
Huh? She's candy rich.
She's candy rich.
Facelift there then. Wonderful, exciting. So we're gonna just watch a short video on what the difference between a panniculectomy, wow, that's a difficult word, isn't it? It is for me, and a tummy tuck. Now, a tummy tuck is indeed an abdominoplasty. A tummy tuck and an abdominoplasty is the same thing, because I was like, are they the same or not? They are. So let's watch this video by Sean Suda, MD, VRP surgeon, and we'll see what the difference is between the two, because I don't know. I'm sure many of you don't either. So let's educate us together. And then we can look at a video by a different doctor that I follow, and then we can speculate on what we think she had done and or what she should have had done.
Dr. Sean Suda here. So some patients ask me, what is the difference between a panniculectomy and an abdominoplasty or tummy tuck? Because sometimes they get mixed together. Well, there is a difference. So in short, a panniculectomy is a medical operation and an abdominoplasty or tummy tuck is a cosmetic operation.
Isn't that fascinating?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that. Did you?
An abdominoplasty or tummy tuck, not only the skin, but the muscles underneath the skin are tightened up. And this is so someone can have a flatter looking abdomen. This is often done in plastic surgery offices. For a panniculectomy, this usually has a medical reason to do. So when patients like mine have weight loss after surgery, or let's say you go on a diet and you lose a lot of weight, and that excess belly skin hangs over your waist, sometimes as low as your knees, then you can have problems from that. There can be back problems, mobility problems, you can have sores under your skin, you can have hygiene issues. In those cases, we can sometimes get insurance to cover.
There's actually there's actually a specific like infection that happens with skin. And it's like a yeast infection. And it happens in like folds and stuff, so like larger bodies and like as well people that like have loose skin and stuff like that. And any body fold. That's where you get a candida infection. It's a yeast infection. And it's like red, it's odorous, and it oozes and stuff like that. And it does cause hygiene problems. And it does come from hygiene problems as well.
Removal of the pannus, which is done the same way that we remove the skin from the abdominoplasty, but we do not tighten the muscles underneath because the purpose is to get rid of the medical problems from excess skin. It's not necessarily to get a flat abdomen. That being said, there's often a very satisfying cosmetic result from a paniculectomy also. But that's the difference between a paniculectomy and a tummy tuck.
So, in that case, Anna had a tummy tuck, right? Because there is no excess fat. Skin, there's a lot of excess fat. Her whole stomach has grown like 15 pounds, 20 pounds since the beginning of the year. She's gained a lot of fucking weight in her stomach. So, but there's no loose skin. This means that she probably had a tummy tuck. Now, this is a doctor that did a story on tummy tucks and liposuction and why he would never do the both of them. Is a Dr. Lawton plastic surgery. He does these, just like plastic surgery things, like beauty trends, before and afters. Sometimes, like, I like reading these I like hearing these quick things on the beauty trends, what I find interesting or not. So this guy he's like a Dr. Lawton, San Antonio, Texas. He looks like a pretty legit doctor.
I want to slow down.
So, if we look here, this is why I saved it.
I was like inhaling that yogurt. I gotta fucking slow down.
You see here, I like save all the baby stuff. So let's listen to this and see what he has to say.
Liposuction done in combination with tummy tuck.
Okay, let's read what he's saying here. It's not just about aesthetics; it's about safety. I often get asked why I don't perform liposuction and abdominoplasty tummy tuck at the same time. The reason: the shared blood supply between these areas makes it risky. Although many surgeons perform these two procedures concurrently, it is safer to stage them separately. These procedures target areas with overlapping vascular zones, and combining them increases the risk of complications like skin necrosis, seroma, blood clots, pulmonary embolism. To give you the safest and most predictable outcome, I recommend staging these procedures. Long-term results are always worth doing it right. See, I love doctors like that. This is also where Anna...
Like, yeah, it might save time, it might save a little bit of money or like cost a little bit more money or whatever, but like still you have to think about the best outcome for the patient, not the best outcome for you. That's basically all you have to like think about it. It's patient-centered care, it's patient family-centered care. Especially when it comes to like cosmetic procedures. All procedures. No, like especially all procedures. Like, come on, man. Why would you do both at the same time?
Obviously, and her doctors didn't give a shit about her recovery. She should have had more. I feel like she's had this recovery pretty quick anyway. You can tell she's not healing properly. Yes, she's gaining weight, but also the fluid retention in one of her legs, despite doing the worm, is very obvious that she's probably done some damage to her lymphatic system, which is highly concerning. It's like, if that's already not working properly, and then on top of that, you're doing more operations and harming more tissue and potentially causing more harm to other lymph nodes and shit like that, because they're obviously spread throughout the body. It's very concerning. Like, not only the weight gain, but the fact that she's visually holding water in one side of her leg compared to the other. And that's not fat. Like, I can see now that that's edema. Initially, I thought maybe it was fat, but it's not. There's definitely swelling that's from water retention, which is highly concerning for the heart and other things. So let's see what he has to say.
Liposuction done in combination with tummy tuck, significant risk of fluid collections under the skin, wound dehiscence, which means wound opening up and not healing, interfering with the blood supply because there's three.
Also, Anna being the super healer, that takes months and months and months to.
This is a funny word because, like, when we're sitting during nursing school, they sit there and they're like, okay, what are you looking for in a wound? Rita, redness, edema, ecchymosis, right? Redness, edema, ecchymosis, drainage. I'm pretty sure it's ecchymosis. Drainage and adhesion, I think. Now we have to check. Because now I feel like an idiot. I don't want to, like, tell stupid things. Read assessment. So yeah, it's redness. Redness, edema, ecchymosis, discharge, approximation. I said adhesion, which is, I'm pretty sure the same, which is the same thing. Adhesion and approximation are interchangeable. Anyway, yeah. By the way, ecchymosis means bruising.
Cover. Remember, she said that before she was a super healer, then yet she isn't.
Zones of blood supply to the skin of the abdomen, and when you do a tummy tuck, you are intentionally disrupting two of them. You're relying on the blood supply that's coming around the back. So if you liposuction that and you accidentally hit one of those blood vessels, you could cause the entire center of the wound to either die or open. It increases the risk of pulmonary embolism. So any increased risk in venous thrombotic event after a surgery is such a severe problem that all of our accreditation agencies require that we
100%. But the thing is it's cosmetic, right? So cosmetic surgeries, you don't, like, some of them you need them, like, particularly for like clefts, burns, and many other things, scars and many other things. I can't think of it right now. Or like somebody had to get a mastectomy or a double mastectomy, and they need augmentation in order to feel more like themselves or whatever. The idea of the need is for, like, psychological benefit, but yes, it is highly an ethical dilemma. Like right here, that's why there's, like, so many people that have attacked the doctors that have done the procedures on her already, which I don't think attacking is fair. But still, the issue remains the same. It is an ethical dilemma.
That we have specific protocols to prevent. And
I wonder if Anna's Advanced Lipedema Treatment Center at the Roxbury Institute, I wonder if they do all of these checks and accreditations. I'm going to guess not.
That we have stratifications to determine people's risk. You can stage the operations. You can either do liposuction first and then tummy tuck, or tummy tuck first and liposuction.
No worries. That's just what I think.
The way we do it, we make it so that it costs the same whether or not you do it at the same time or you do lipo first or tummy tuck first. So you're not getting penalized financially, and I'm getting two safe, well-planned, well-executed operations with low risk.
taking the safe approach, the literature is legit. Staging is more thoughtful and precise. Yeah, I see. This is where I like doctors like this. If you are trying to get quick results without taking your patient's care into consideration, you're money hungry and you don't actually care about your patients. And this is a lot of the issues that a lot of people, including myself, have had with Anna and her operations. It just seems like the doctors are not performing them as ethically as they could, in my humble opinion, as a non-doctor. So I'm very curious to see if they did just a tummy tuck or if they also did the lipo. I think she probably did both. And if that's the case, then it's very interesting to see how this whole operation saga is going to develop. Like I'm morbidly fascinated. And like again, I don't want anything to happen to her. Like let's make that clear. I don't want anything to happen to her. It'd be incredibly sad because especially there's obviously something mentally wrong with her. Even though she's not unintelligent at all, there is some issues there. Some of it obviously it's within herself to fix it as a fucking 40-year-old that has a lot of financial freedom,
14-year-old?
as well as time. But besides that point, she's obviously not.
She meant 40-year-old.
She's obviously not mentally there, right? And I don't mean that in terms of like low IQ. I don't think she's low IQ. I just mean there's like some sort of personality disorder. She lacks some emotional development maturity, and it's almost like, you know, you're preying on somebody that is not in a position to question the right things because they live in a delusion and they just want to be told what they want to hear. And I don't think it's right morally to basically seek out patients like that, in my opinion. So I don't want anything to happen to her. I just want her to be more responsible and obviously not actively encourage people to do these operations, which is what she does, which is my main contention. Again, I'll say it many times over. If you want to do these stupid operations because you don't have the willpower and you think it's going to work for you, wonderful, great. I don't agree with it, but I'm not going to say nothing about it. But if she turns around and go like, look, I have no willpower, I like to eat, I just want to have...
Honestly, I do agree. Like, that's the thing with... That's another thing is the benefit outweighs the risk and whatever for you. Yeah, great. But don't push it on other people because then now you're creating a narrative of like you need lipo, you need plastic surgery in order to have a successful weight loss journey or a successful lipo journey. So, yeah.
The fat sucked out of me. I don't agree with it, but also at least it's honest, right? The fact that she's making it sound like there are necessary medical interventions because otherwise she'll be a vegetable, and she's doing this for pain and not for aesthetics reasons, when at every opportunity she can prove she's lost weight, she can fit in things she couldn't fit in before. She's doing it, so therefore it is absolutely about weight loss and not health only, because the health hasn't progressed. We've regressed, if anything. The mobility is visually declining in everything she's doing.
Yeah, like she literally can't squat anymore comfortably. Like she can't, like she never squatted properly, but like her ability, like she used to be a lot better at squatting than she is now. And honestly, I don't think she should be squatting because it just her poor knees.
Doing it's kind of sad to see, but also she is a grown woman and she is purposely not doing what she needs to do in order to get the help. She's purposely seeing criticism as hate when it's not hate. A lot of it is concern. She is influencing a large audience of people, which is the biggest issue that I have. And it's like at the end of the day, she's not getting younger. She's in her 40s, extremely large. And, you know, she's doing a lot of interventions that are more likely than not going to be detrimental to her health and longevity on an impact that I just don't think she understands or is refusing to believe. So, yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what's going to happen. And no, if something did happen to her, I'm not going to be that kind of person that's just going to delete all the videos I've done. Like, I've made the videos, it is what it is. But I've also been very clear about the fact that I don't wish for it to happen. I wish she sought help of a therapist, maybe had worked with somebody that is especially like some sort of in-person trainer. And I don't mean just like a personal trainer, but like some sort of like coach person that can be around her, that can track what she's eating, work with her.
I feel like you need to look at the symptoms in order to figure out where the problems are. Because in psychiatry, they treat symptoms first, not the disorder now. Because if you just focus on the disorder, now you're putting people into boxes, and then you're not like looking at the holistic view, right? But yeah, she should focus. I do understand what you mean. Like, she should focus more on her mental health, and yeah, of course, both. Yeah, like she needs to like focus more on her mental health first, but at the same time, she can like do physical exercise and stuff, because that is also helping your mental health. So yeah.
With exercise, work on her mindset, go into some very deep therapy, go maybe into what do you call them, the things where you go for interventions.
Just noticed.
Like a facility, right. You know, the facilities where you go to for weight loss, forced weight loss. I wish she did something like that and actually got the help and became a real inspiration that was honest and showed how you can do it with help of GLP-1s or whatever's needed to lose weight, and to do it in a manner that's not dangerous to herself and or to the people that she's influencing. So yeah, anyway, on the note, I have talked a lot as usual. Welcome to my channel. If you did make it this far, I would really appreciate it if you could put in a needle and doctor emoji, comment, like, and subscribe. Dislike the video. If you disliked it, let me know down below why.
It's just because like everything's charging, so we're gonna like focus on the reaction right now.
Hot like 100. Hello. Loading, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Pushing on, keep rolling. And when I listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. These raps here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folders. Spit bars at the clock, zoning. TikTok comes along, I get ripped off. Man get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Planty, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Things on myself, yo, every time I trip.
Hey guys, what is up and welcome back to the channel. My name is Ilona. I'm also known as Shikara Transformations. I'm an online health and fitness coach, and I'm also a bodybuilder, quite literally. I'm not a doctor or a nutritionist. I am just a person on the internet with thoughts and opinions that sometimes I get wrong, and I also don't know everything. Now, if you would like to see more of my very tired face in your feed, then be sure to hit that subscribe button and turn on your notifications. I upload around 5 times a week, and I mostly cover like weight loss influencers, what I eat in a day as a fat person, health and exercise, body positivity, TikToks, that kind of stuff. Today we are going to go back to glitter and lasers because we have some interesting updates that were captured from the farms and from Reddit. If I do seem tired and I'm kind of moving around weird, it's because I'm sitting on my yoga ball because my back's hurting a lot. I'm feeling very pregnant today. So I won't bore you too much with the details, but I'm feeling that today is a fatigue day. So I had full intentions of going to the gym. I did not. Maybe I'll take Daisy for a bit of a bigger walk. Additionally, we went for a big walk this morning. I'll see how I feel later. If the weather's nice, maybe I'll go for another walk just to get some steps in, because I am kind of enjoying that right now. I'm actually preferring walking over training, but I do still try and get.
Honestly, like, I love walking, but lately I just haven't like, I've felt like running is more beneficial for my lungs right now because of my addiction to poppers. So personally, like, I try to run more. I fucking suck at running, but I used to love running, and the only reason why I hate it right now is probably because I can only go like I don't know, not very far. And like, even when I take my buffers, it's not that far that I can go. But yeah.
3 times a weekend, which I don't always get. I'm not really that fussed about strength training at the moment. I do it if I feel good. If I don't feel good, like today, I know if I'm going to go and train, then it's going to ruin my day. I need to do work, and I just need to prioritize my energy output as I'm learning and have learned throughout pregnancy. It's been quite an adjustment. I was thinking like, yeah, I'm going to do all these things. I didn't. I'm just trying to stay as active and as healthy as possible. And
that's like a lot of like hand-eye coordination going into like just basic coordination and hand-eye coordination. That's like, yeah. But like, I do love playing I used to play basketball, so like I could have done it a while ago. Now I honestly don't know if I can. I'm a little rusty.
You know, that's all I can do. So I guess we will start off with just. Oh, I was going to say something. I was going to bring something up. That's what I was going to do. I was going to say something. Oh, yes. About the video. This is why we're doing the video today. So we've got confirmation on what operation she had done. Now, I didn't say that I knew for sure what she had done. I just know that a paniculectomy, I think is how you say it, that's usually done if you have a lot of loose skin, whereas a tummy tuck is something that seems to be done when you have when they do lipo, and then they.
Is that better? Like when I close that better, or is it better when it's open? I think it's better like this.
To do the skin removal, and they adjust everything internally. So one is really cosmetic, which is what tummy tuck is with the lipo, whereas a paniculectomy is more for health reasons and then to be covered by insurance. Sorry, that was a weird breath in. This was what a surgeon told us in the video we watched yesterday. So today we're gonna look at the stories on Instagram. We'll look at the operation she's had, what that exactly means, and also I found a video on YouTube about the recovery for this particular surgery. So yeah, let's just go into the stories. Day 2, #accountability. Now, I'm not sure if the pictures we're seeing are pre or post operation. Regardless,
this is my day 1 beginning to sort your life out before I do like, well, no, this is like day 3 of sorting my life out before I start like my day 1 of like, okay, so I need to like wake up, get like, and like you get like, and you guys ever stutter so hard you just shut up. Like, but yeah.
She's looking insanely bloated in her face. But if the stomach is pre or post surgery, I don't know. But obviously, she did have liposuction, basically, which means that there is going to be some swelling the first few weeks. So I have no idea if this is pre or post surgery. It's kind of hard to say. So she's saying here, I expected to wake up sore. I didn't. Instead, I was excited to get at it again. Data and I did a long walk on the trail. I'll give my thoughts soon. It was a lovely way to start the day. Well, my body feels great. Wow, my body feels great. That's so weird. Okay, anyway.
Oh my god, okay, so like I have issues with just sitting and watching Alona's vlogs. So like maybe one day, like once I catch up with like her reaction videos, and reaction lives and stuff, we can do reactions to her vlogs, especially to the pregnancy arc, because I feel like that would be interesting. Just like from a nursing perspective, and somebody that's also interested in like fitness and weight loss and like weight maintenance and all that stuff, right? So I think that's like something that I think could be fun, like as we go through. Eventually you guys will like see me do my, like, help me with my homework and like whatever. We'll just be sitting like, this is just me living my life on camera. This is just a reality fucking show, and I'm just this is what I would be watching. I'm just doing it on camera.
I do not have the calluses I once had. I have some lovely blisters that have cropped up on the soles of my feet. I'm going to take tomorrow as a rest day to let them heal a bit. If I've learned anything, taking time to heal isn't weak. It's the strongest thing you can do. So a lot of things, I need to convert it because I really don't understand miles, guys. I always grossly underestimate miles to kilometers. 6 kilometers. 10,000 steps. I mean, 6 kilometers is around 10,000 steps. Do I believe she did that all in a day? No, I don't. For the simple reason that, again, I'll refer this to myself. And the reason I keep referring it to myself is because I know I'm a fairly active person, even though I'm pregnant and I don't always have the energy. It's just to put it into a perspective. She's a woman. There's so many things to go over. Let me just get my thoughts out. I'm so sorry if this video is like not very coherent, which a lot of them aren't. Like, I do like to ramble. I'm aware of that. But today, my brain is struggling hardcore to even like fire up some synapses. But we'll get there. Need some more coffee. So for one, the picture she's showing, unless she's actively going into an app and showing me data, I just don't believe it. And I know that's like really harsh to say, but she lies through her teeth over the smallest thing, like the CPAP thing. They found it on Reddit where she's saying it in a vlog. I also found it on Kiwi Fabs where she's saying it in a story that she left the CPAP. She lies about everything all the time. So yesterday, we'll go over my stats from yesterday here. You see, yesterday, the 22nd of April, I did, no, this is today. So yesterday, I did a total of not even 10,000 steps. I took the dogs for a walk in the morning twice because I didn't poop, and then I took them for another walk just to make sure that they poop. So they had 2 smaller walks. They were both around like 20-ish minutes, but I'm walking with Rosie. So when I walk with Rosie, it's a little sniffing. Then I went for a walk with Daisy at lunchtime. And that was around 45 minutes because we went up the park there. We went for a bigger walk. And there I did around 5,000.
I'm gonna go grab my crochet. I should get rid of all of my the garbage bags in the bathroom, but I don't want to. Anyway, I just got a text and I can't do anything about it. I know. But
Steps. It says 3,090.
okay. There. We're set now. Oh my god, shut up, dogs. Oh my god.
1,800, so around 5,000 steps. And then in the evening, I did some steps walking the dogs and just some miscellaneous steps around the house. So yesterday, I walked my dogs 4 times, three of which were smaller ones. One was a bigger one with Daisy. Rosie got a small one again. Then I went for a smaller one with Rosie and Daisy, and then I went for a bigger one with Daisy, where I made a conscious effort to go for a walk, to go to the park, to walk around and come back. I walked for 45 minutes straight to get around 5,000-6,000 steps. I also went to the food shop, and I also did some cleaning in the apartment, and I did some cooking. So I was on my feet. Now, granted, my step tracker is only on my phone. So obviously I did more. I know that for a fact, because when I used to have a Fitbit, it would track more when I'm doing things on my phone. It would track more when I'm having my Fitbit on, when it's on my phone, because sometimes
Gotta love it when a pregnant lady beats you.
as I leave my phone on to charge, I'll go off and do things. So that makes sense. But besides that point, that's just putting it into perspective, the activity level, the effort I'm having to make to get to this amount of steps. And I didn't even break 10,000, despite doing all of these things: cleaning, cooking, going for food shopping, walking my dogs.
Thank you so much. Have a good day. Thank you for joining.
4 times, as well as just like miscellaneous steps around the house, right? Now, granted, she may cover a bit more distance because she's taller, but me and Anna aren't far off in height. I'm 175 centimeters, which is about 5'9". When I do a competition, I do measure in shorter, because they measure you when you're dehydrated the day before the show. So you're always shorter. It's just how it works. When you dehydrate your body, you shrink. And obviously, if you're sleep deprived and all those things, when you sleep deprived, you shrink as well. But I'm 175 centimeters. And she is like 180, 178, 180, something like that. So she's literally maybe that much taller than me, something like that. So for her to get 2 days in a row, over 10,000 steps, post-surgery, when before the surgery, she was struggling to walk 10 minutes to get to Starbucks. She was struggling to stand up. I just don't believe it. Now, somebody left a very good comment in my comment section yesterday saying Anna did her 5K run in 55 minutes. So that's 11 kilometers. Oh, that's 1 kilometer every 11 minutes. Again, that's her running. She covered a distance of 4 kilometers. It would have taken her 45 minutes if she ran it. Okay. Somebody else then here left a even better comment saying, I actually found the race info for the 5K she ran. And based on her bib number, her overall pace was 80.52 minutes a mile. She ran the time to Paddy 5K race in 2014 in Austin. And her bib number for her race was that. Okay. Now, granted, we don't have a time here. So I do assume that this is over a whole day. I'm going to assume that this is over a whole day. I do not believe for 1 second that she gets in 10,000 steps in one single go. Because that's around 2 hours of walking. Something like that. 1.5 to 2 hours of walking. 1.5 hours of walking. Something like that. if you have a normal pace, a normal stride. So I don't think this number here is for one walk. I think this is over a whole day, to be honest. But I still don't believe that she's getting this at a whole day, because if this is something she's always done, why would she even have to doing her run that she walked the majority of, which is fine. I don't blame her for that. She did say that she was going to run it. That is not something you would have to train for. This is essentially like 5 kilometers there or thereabouts, right? Just over 5. It's over 5 kilometers, 6 kilometers. So it doesn't make sense that if you spend the whole of like last year, 2014, running, because she was in her fitness queen, running queen era. If this is something you basically did on a regular basis several times a week, it shouldn't be an issue. Like for me, normally speaking, getting 10K steps a day is normal. I'm having to put a bit more effort in it because like I'm pregnant now, but it's normal because I have a routine, and the routine consists of walking my dogs. If I didn't have,
when I'm at work, I can get through it a lot faster and stuff. I mean, I get more steps and stuff. So
dogs, it will be a lot harder. So I just don't believe that this is her number. I won't believe it until I see like statistics, until I see a report where there's days where she is, for example, in an operation with barely any steps. How she's fudging these numbers, I don't know. Apparently you can go into the app. Apparently you can just find these online. It's still weird that there is no flights climbed. Some people on Reddit were saying that they did get that as well. But usually speaking, you always get some flights climbed. So just in general, this is dubious, especially coming from somebody that was pretty much on bed rest, even though that's not even recommended post-surgery for like pretty much most surgeries, especially liposuction. She put herself on like minimal rest. And when she was cleared for exercise, she decided to walk to Starbucks. When I mean cleared for exercise, I mean like you can just go and weight train again carefully and like do other sports. But she decided that she was cleared to go for a 1 mile walk or whatever it was, or like a 1 kilometer walk. It is, however, deceptive because she's making this look like she went for a long walk that was 10 miles or 10,000 steps, sorry, and 3.75 miles. Again, like I don't believe that she did this in one go. I think this is like her number, her steps for the day. But also it's kind of hard to see because let me see if I can make this bigger. Now it says here 8:10. I don't know if that's 8:10 in the morning or 8:10 at night. So again, like it doesn't say nothing unless somebody knows. Does this automatically mean that this is in the morning and not in the evening? If that's the case, I really don't believe it. There's no fucking way that she does a 4 mile walk there or thereabouts first thing in the morning, fresh out of surgery, when she was struggling to even run 5 miles before. Her running pace is slow as fuck. This would have taken her hours to do if she did it. I think this must have been the numbers over a whole day, and this is like her evening number. If this is even hers, like, which I don't believe. I won't be surprised if it's from John or something, but I don't believe it's hers. Anyway, it was a lovely way to start the day, doing a long walk with data on the trail. Glad to hear that apparently the dog's getting walked. Was she not doing this before? What was she doing before? This is what, it's weird that she's phrasing it like that, because one of the things that I've always enjoyed doing is walking my dogs in the morning. So I sometimes see people commenting about like, well, my boyfriend isn't walking dogs. He does sometimes, but I like walking my dogs. I really get enjoyment out of starting my day and going for a big dog walk. I know that's maybe weird to some people, but I'm very much a morning person. Like I like seeing the sunrise. I like to do just a big walk in the morning, and also it's quiet. I can let them off the lead more. And it's just like, I just enjoy the mornings. Like I love a morning walk. Whenever I've done hikes and stuff, I love doing like a morning hike, especially when the sun just comes up. I just love this time of day when the sun starts coming up. It's something people like the sunsets. I'm starting to be in bed now before the sun even sets here, but I'm very much a morning person. So for me, even before I had dogs, I would do cardio in the morning. It's just something I really enjoy doing. But for me to walk my dogs in the morning is a pleasure. So it's weird for me that she's phrasing it like this, because this sounds like she wasn't doing this before, which therefore means that there wasn't a habit. There wasn't a, what's the word I'm looking for? Fucking hell, I'm so sorry. This wasn't part of her usual routine, which is strange, because when you have a dog, you should have routines like that. And why is she just discovering that it was a lovely way to start the day? That's weird. To me, that sounds like that she's just started doing this, and or she just decided to drive to the park, to the trail and do a bit of a walk. But obviously this is not something she's done before. Therefore, to go from somebody that's extremely sedentary to then suddenly doing, like, allegedly what looks like 10,000 steps for a morning walk at 600 pounds post-surgery, I just don't believe it. I really just don't believe it. There's a lot of you guys that written to me privately in the comment section telling me that you were bigger, and there's no way, like, you struggle so much doing it. And I know Anna is an exception and she's the fitness queen, la-di-da, but she ain't really though. She likes to pretend she is, but the reality is that she has to sit down to cut vegetables. And I just don't know how to phrase this in any other way than it doesn't make sense that you have to sit down to do meal prep for an hour or two, but then you can walk for 2 hours straight. And I know that moving your body, walking, is slightly different from, like, standing up and chopping something, but it's like, if you can stand up, if you have to spread your meal prep out for a couple of hours over several days because you're so tired and in pain and achy and this and this and this, how can you suddenly walk so much? And also, she had a fucking tummy tuck, which is not, that wouldn't have made a difference on her pain levels pre or prior in terms of, like, her mobility in her legs, if that makes sense. So I'm just I don't really get it. While my body feels great. This is also a very weird thing to say, while my body feels great. Like, why would your body not feel great? Does her body feel great now because she's on a lot of painkillers? I guess so. This is probably what she means by it. I don't have the calluses I once had. Yeah, that's again. So calluses, I have them. I get them on my feet more so when I walk a lot, more so when I'm lifting a lot, because you're using your hands and your feet. So if she doesn't have calluses right now, that means that she was incredibly sedentary. This is her admitting she was sedentary, because calluses don't just go away. I mean, like, okay, you can cut them off. You can go to like pedicures. I go to pedicure. Like they get rid of some of the calluses, but some of them they always have to work on certain areas. Like, I'll cut these off or I'll bite them off. I know it's gross, but that's what I do. I do that sometimes, yeah. But there are always calluses in certain places because of the activities that I do. So the fact that her calluses pretty much disappeared, and I don't think that's because she found a very, very good pedicurist. They disappeared because of the fact that she was very inactive. And now she is a bit more active and she's getting blisters again, which will turn into calluses eventually. So I'm going to take a rest day to let them heal, which is fair enough. If I've learned anything, taking the time to heal isn't weak. It depends. It really depends on the situation. Healing and, like, cutting back on exercise if it's necessary and, like, to heal, it's not a bad thing. But again, she's making it sound like she had a spine surgery or open heart surgery. Granted, I will say that this particular operation, from what I understand, is the biggest one of all. And I'm not saying it's not nothing, because any operation is something. It's just, like, if she's going for walks, it's pretty low impact. Now, if you don't want to walk because you have blisters, I get that. But to say, like, oh, my body needs to rest, it's like your body doesn't need to rest after, like, a couple of miles walk. It shouldn't have to. I mean, like, maybe after the walk, but as in, like, a day, you don't need a rest day from walking. Let's put it like this. Unless you're walking, like, 50 kilometers a day, or basically doing marathons a day, or doing even 30, 40, then maybe, yes, you need a rest. But for the most part, humans are pretty good at walking. You can easily walk 10,000 steps every day and not needing a rest day. In fact, most of my clients, I recommend them a step count every day because it's easier to track. most of them, I tell them to hit like 8 to 10,000 steps a day. Like you should just be this active in your day-to-day basis for your heart health, for your well-being. So, and it's also better than to just do cardio on the machine, because cardio on the machine is like, okay, half an hour of cardio, what machine, what resistance, are you going to get the same output? 10,000 steps is 10,000 steps. Simple as that. So it's, yeah, it's just like, she's making it sound like, you know, she needs to recover from having run a marathon, when in reality, she just did some walking. Which again, if she really did it, fair play. I just don't believe it. I don't believe she did. I don't even believe she did 10,000 steps in a day. I really don't. And I definitely don't believe, like, I am 100% willing to, like, I don't know, bet something of value on the fact that there's no way she does 10,000 steps in a one cardio session. I don't know why I went like that for her, but there's no way. She doesn't do 10,000 steps as like a starter to the day. No fucking way. I don't believe that, because I know the effort it takes me to walk that consistently. And a trail on top of that. Now, granted, a trail can be flat, which is also weird. Like, most trails are not flat, right? I don't know, maybe where she lives is a very flat area of America. I have no clue. But whenever I go to a trail, it means there's always some elevation, some ups and downs, because you're in nature. Now, granted, there is some trails around here that are very flat, but not many. Because the trails means you go out into the nature, and usually that's like not a smooth terrain because it's not normal roads. So that's also questionable. So anyway, there we go. I think we can move on to the next one now.
Pros for having surgery in Utah. Directly across the street are a bunch of farm animals.
That's very strange to me, but I guess if you're a city person, you don't know. I once saw this thing in the short or wherever it was, like something on some social media, and it's about kids in London. They literally don't know what farm animals are and what vegetables are. Isn't that wild? Like, people were shocked that chicken comes from chicken. Meat in packages comes from animals, that kind of stuff, which is kind of sad that some inner city kids and stuff like that have never seen real animals. But there you go. What does it say? Advanced lipedema treatment. Old partner. This is another thing. Her operation was done by the same people, maybe different doctors, but it wasn't. It was actually Dr. Amron, but it was done still by the Roxbury Institute. They just moved her to a different location. I'm guessing the different location is because it's, well, now we'll get there in a second, but we can talk about it a little bit now. The theory is that maybe he's promoting the new facility, but I'm also assuming it is, and I'm sincerely hoping it is because the other facility was maybe better equipped should something go wrong, which is obviously a very big risk and a big likelihood with somebody like Anna, unfortunately. Little prep. Let me just move this. Little prep op outfit of the day. She is looking so big, and I know every time I say it, but every time we see her, she's looking bigger than ever. Her face has never looked this round and swollen, like even when she went on TV for Novo Nordisk. She is pretty much back to that size. The swelling in her one leg is still significant, and I'm actually surprised they operated on her, and I said this in my comment section as well. I'm surprised they operated on her because the fact that she has significant swelling in one half of her body, especially in the lower part of her body, that's an indication that clearly her fluids are not moving through her body properly, which obviously is dangerous and can lead to some very serious health problems, especially like heart failure and stuff like that, right? So the fact that they operated on her, despite the fact that she isn't actually properly recovered, despite being a super healer, it's concerning because they obviously did something to her lymphatic system. She may not have had lymphedema before, as per Dr. Herbs, even though Dr. Amron says she did. But who knows what she has and what she doesn't have. But she obviously has lymphatic issues now, and probably from the plastic surgery, because we looked into that before as well. This is a big risk factor with operations with plastic surgery, that you can damage the lymphatic system. Like, you can't completely break it because you live so no time you'll die, but you can certainly cause damage to them where they don't work as optimally. And obviously doing the worm is not significant enough. Okay, I mean, I had to. Also, for those who are a bit confused, I'm recapping my last surgery in stories. I decided to wait until I was in recovery before sharing, so that's why you're seeing my accountability post and holdings and surgery details at the same time. I hope that clears things up. So I don't even know what a Raising Cane's is. Let's have a look. For all my European friends who haven't. So Raising Cane's is basically a KFC. Great, wonderful. So it's weird to me that she thinks that this is normal. Because I can't imagine being pre-operation, already having severe edema and swelling issues and water retention issues, to then pump myself full with a last minute fast food meal, and especially something like a KFC. Now, granted, it's not KFC, I know it's Raising Cane's, but essentially fried chicken, right? Again, don't get me wrong, like out of all the fast food, I'm probably most inclined to sometimes have some KFC. The problem with KFC is it's like it really depends on the KFC, because if you get a good KFC where they freshly fry everything and the oil is fresh, their fries are gross, but their hot wings and their chicken tenders and stuff, they're quite nice. That's usually what I get if I go to KFC. But if they're old or the oil isn't fresh, it's disgusting. So I kind of, if I had to choose from fast foods, that's usually what I would go for, because at least it's a real meat, if that makes sense. Not because it's healthy, because it's fried chicken. It's not healthy. Doesn't matter that it's chicken, it's still fried. So it's covered in batter and it's fried, so it's high in fat. But I find KFC the better one out of all the fast foods. It's just that usually it's crap. But I can't imagine being pre-operation, already having significant issues in my body with healing and recovery, which are visual to everyone. And even she admitted that her one leg is not draining as easily as the other. To then go and have like a last binge fest. You mean I had to? Like, no, you don't. You really don't. When you're 600 pounds and you have all of these health problems, inflammation, fibrosis, rare obesity genes, autoimmune diseases, lymphedema, lipedema, the list goes on. The last thing you should be doing is eating fried shit that's going to cause more problems to your health. It's a very weird mentality to me. I really don't understand. And it must be, like, I think, in my opinion, Anna's going to look like the way she did like a few months ago. I think that's realistically like the change that's going to be made on her body, because we'll get into it, but there's no skin removal. She just had lipo. Now, with the other lipos, you could see a bit of a difference, but not significantly. She has, in my opinion, bad water retention problems because of the plastic surgeries, of the liposuction. But also, she's been eating a lot. And I think it's the mindset of, well, it doesn't matter. I can eat because I'm going to have an operation to get the fat sucked off me anyway, so I might as well just eat. Case in point, why does she, before every surgery, need to have these big cheat meals? I just don't understand it. To me, it's like the last thing on my mind that I would consider is having like a big fucking cheat meal before an operation, because it's just going to cause issues with swelling, with water.
I mean, I've never had an operation before, so I wouldn't be able to speak on anything or like any major like procedure done. But like, yeah, especially like if you're trying to like lose weight and you're doing these procedures specifically for weight loss, which she is doing them for weight loss. It's not for lipedema. You can really tell. She really needs to like not do that, because it's just gonna fuck her over. It just really fucks you over.
Retention, it's like your recovery is going to be worse. It's like, it just doesn't make sense. This kind of food makes you feel like crap. Here and there it doesn't, but I just like before an operation, which should be scary, I couldn't think of anything worse than to pump myself full of just like fried chicken. It's very strange to me. And the fact that she had to just goes to show that she doesn't care about her health at all. And all of this is the thing as well, where that annoys me with her surgery arc, is that she's making it sound like she's doing this for her health, because if she doesn't do this, she'd be a vegetable. These were her words on the podcast. She would be like a vegetable. That's literally quote for quote what she said. She's doing it not for fat loss, so she can fit her arms into her skinny, that she can fit her skinny arms into her goofy jumper, even though it doesn't button up, or into her jacket, even though it doesn't button up. It's not about that. No, it's about her health, the pain, the suffering, the swelling, the inflammation, and all of those things. But if that's a concern, like, why are you eating this? So you're promoting surgery as a mean to fix your health, when the reality is fixing your health would be not eating shit like this. And it's a problem because people watch her and they genuinely do get inspired to have these operations. People watch her and they do genuinely believe there's nothing they can do about their situation because Anna's told them so. In fact, we can probably bring it up in a second. Let's see if I can find it. So
it's more like it'll probably occur over time, like her viewers. For some of them, yeah, it'd be like a little bit more like instant, but like the others, it might take a little bit of time. But once that you have planted that seed in their head, can't really get rid of it.
Let me just open this up in a new tab. I'm not even too sure where this has come from. Producer of the Medical Detectives called me out and I responded. So this is that girl 317317. And I'm not too sure where this is even commented or where this was left. It looks like a Reddit post. And they're basically saying that you guys can hate Anna, but when you promote negative reviews like this on the podcast, you are not hurting Anna. You're hurting the show that is trying to help women not be dismissed and overlooked by medical professionals. This show is not about Anna, really. You should tell Anna so she can shut the fuck up for a moment in one of the episodes. Because this show is 100% about Anna and how she feels and her experiences. And then the doctor just nods, and then the person that they're interviewing gets to say a word here or there, and then Anna can talk over them a bit more. So, and they're saying it's being fact-checked by multiple doctors, and it's making a difference for a lot of patients who have been gaslit and ignored. I get it. And they're saying that, like, do you really hate Anna so much you want to hurt them too? This is just...
Okay, so I feel like I understand, but when you do listen to the podcast, like, Anna is the predominant force. She is the one that's talking. She is the one that's, and she's not really talking science when she speaks. So, yeah, honey, like, yeah.
And we'll read it. I'm sorry, this is going to be a long video. It's going to be all over. So that girl, 317317, responded to this post. And this is what she's writing is exactly why I also have issues with Anna. It's her propagating this idea of that all her issues are out of her control. And when it's proven, we've read her blogs, we've gone through her history, she's been able to lose weight. She's been able to lose weight even in recent years on Novo Nordisk. But none of it is her fault. And the one thing she should be doing, which is try and lose some weight through eating a healthier diet and be in a calorie deficit, is not what she's doing. Even though she has a lot of resources available to her, resources in the form of time, money, availability, etc., etc. So this is what Dago 317317 responded. Giving a platform to Anna, who has a large following of women who are also obese and have lipedema, and allowing her to spread medical misinformation like rare obesity disease, like weight loss doesn't help lipedema, weight loss surgery can't help lipedema, not eating anti-inflammatory diet, doing exercise that can be harmful to a larger people, using prototypes and unregulated remedies, claiming to have countless illnesses and genetic conditions without being seen by a geneticist, having a liposuction before losing weight, going to self-proclaimed expert doctors who the rest of the international community know to be spouting misinformation, etc., hurts the women who have these conditions. And ain't this the truth? Literally every single word she's saying here is fact. This is not my opinion. This is not her opinion. All of this is factually, you can check it. There is studies on there. There is an international community or something like that on lipedema, where I have on my channel, and you can go back and see it, as well as other people have read through articles on myths around lipedema with people that study lipedema for a living. The only person that is going against the grain of like lipedema can be fixed through weight loss is Dr. Herbst. Literally is Dr. Herbst and nobody else. She is within the lipedema doctor community. She is a joke. Nobody takes her serious. She is literally almost like a witch doctor, a snake oil salesman. She just wants to promote her services. So there's not a single lie that's being said here. Making money off getting vulnerable women to use her doctors is disgusting. And again, this is true. I have gone through her, and I've showed the receipts for this in other videos. I've gone through her stories or her posts, on Instagram, where she had the surgery. Go to any picture where she's wearing a surgical gown, doesn't matter. You will, at least if you go scroll with it in a minute or two, you will find people saying they booked in for appointments to have this work done. Encouraging people to have plastic surgery as a mean to lose fat for medical reasons is not okay. If you do it for cosmetic reasons, look, if Anna sat here and said, I'm doing it because I just want to lose fat and I can't be bothered to diet because I'm too fucking lazy and I like food, great, wonderful, have your liposuction. But don't tell people this is what you need to do for inflammation, for fibroids, pain, this. No, you're doing it because you're too fucking lazy and you don't have the willpower to do anything else about it. And there's nothing wrong with that. A lot of people don't have willpower. This is why weight loss surgery, bariatric surgery exists. This is why you can have GLP-1 injections. I'm not against that. She lost weight on a GLP-1 injection literally 2 years ago, but she can't lose weight. And I know that's come across hard of me saying that like today's, but in her case, this is true. She doesn't want to stop eating. And I understand food tastes nice, but just say that then. Just say, I don't want to stop eating Raising Cane's and having a family-sized serving of dumplings and having 2 fucking family servings of Nando's and having giant-ass cotton candies and going for a basketball game and assuming 4,500 calories in snacks. I'm literally spitting everywhere because I can't do nothing about it. This is a problem. And nobody's expecting her to be perfect. People are expecting her to be honest. And what she's doing is literally trying to perpetuate a narrative that none of the shit she's consuming is bad for her health. And we're not even going to talk about the Ayla Dunlows and being fucking 600 pounds and running. Like, that's lunacy. Who's going to even advise anybody that's over 200-300 pounds to go running? Like, running is even for like the skinniest of people, it's bad for your joints. I'm not saying don't run. Like, a lot of people like it. Good for you if you like running. I'm just not that kind of person. But for most people, being even obese and running is not good for your joints. There's no doctor that's going to clear Anna at 500, 550 pounds, whatever the fuck she is. They're going to clear her for running, especially with being, what does she say when you have the flexibility shit? Ella knows, but she claims to be hypermobile. That's it. So you're telling me you're encouraging a woman that has hypermobility and that is prone to like basically tearing her fucking like her joints because of issues with like connectivity to go for a fucking run? in these hookah shoes with platforms like this, where the chance of splitting, twisting an ankle is so severe that can obviously result in a broken ankle because hypermobility. But okay, we're clearing her for running. I just don't even have the words. Many of the people in this group were obese or have lipedema themselves. They are fed up with Anna's lies and manipulation. Anna is a known liar and has been fact-checked to prove that. If you want this podcast to actually help voiceless women, Anna was the worst choice of host you could have. Facts. Don't try and guilt manipulate people here into giving Anna a pass for the sake of the podcast. That's just not okay. And as a side note, Dr. Nance is a hand doctor with no experience in rare or genetic conditions. She rarely says anything on the podcast except to agree with Anna's nonsense. Yeah, I agree. Anna continuously interrupts the guests.
That's honestly true. Like, yes, doctors can have knowledge in other situations, but in other specialties, but like still, if you're going to be doing like a podcast, you'd expect like the main doctor to be a specialist in what the podcast is about, That's my thoughts.
And laughs at what they say. And sometimes she does that. She too has the rare conditions of these guests. If you really want to help women in health, you wouldn't have either of these two as hosts. I would agree. And lastly, if this podcast is properly researched and fact-checked, I'd like the names of the doctors doing so, because the majority of Anna's episodes were the ramblings of a fantasist. Ain't that the fucking truth, though? So when people come, and I'll be honest, like, I don't get a lot of negative comments on my videos, but sometimes people are like, oh, you're jealous, or you're just a hater, or stuff like that. I'm really not a hater. I would love for Anna to succeed. I'm just very critical of her presence on social media and the influence that she's having. And the argument that gets thrown at me a lot is like, well, you've taken performance enhancers. You were a bodybuilder. Yes, and I've also talked very openly about the side effects it's caused on my body, the risks that come with it, and I've never promoted it. If anybody, people can vouch for this, if you've ever DM'd me asking for a gear protocol, I don't give it to people. I've done it to maybe like 2 or 3 people because I could see on their Instagram they were very experienced athletes within their field. They've trained for a long time. I don't encourage people to go and take steroids. I could, because they fucking work. I'm not going to pretend here and say they don't work. Yeah, of course. Take performance enhancers. Yes, you will get stronger. Yes, you will lose body fat. Yep, it will happen. Especially if you like train properly and like eat properly. Yeah, you'll get great results. Not gonna lie. Yeah, but I don't think you should, because there's a lot of serious harmful effects to the body. Equally, bodybuilding prep is very unhealthy. Being low in body fat is just as bad as being high in body fat. I never denied that. Never. So when people go like, you do this and you've done that, yeah, because it's part of a sport. Very different. And also, like, it's not me choosing to run a cycle in preparation for a competition, which is just basically part of any competitive sport. It's not the same as being a morbidly obese woman with millions of followers that's literally telling people she can't do nothing about her situation. It would be the same as me competing, taking all of these things and telling you that I achieved what I achieved naturally. Lying to you. That's the problem. There's a difference between informing and encouraging. I never encouraged. I'm also not going to lie. I'm not going to lie to you. Yeah, they're effective, obviously. But also, you shouldn't take them. So it's. I always find it weird when people like come for me for that. It's like, yeah, I know that bodybuilding is unhealthy, performance enhancers are. Yeah, I know. This is literally why I talk about it. That's the whole point. Transparency, Okay, so we're making our way through this video, and it's going to be a long one again, but you guys like these long videos, so let's look at this one here. We cannot have music, guys, because there is sound, so I'll just play it whilst I read it. For my final surgery with advanced lipedema treatment, I decided to change things up. This time, I'm checking in and checking out the new surgery center in Salt Lake City, Utah. We'll get to the Reddit post in a second, but apparently this is not done because she's just curious. It's done because he wants to promote his new treatment center. Don't worry, Dr. Amron is still going to do my surgery. I seriously wouldn't have changed locations if it meant losing him as my surgeon. He's stuck with me. I just wanted a little change to keep things interesting. Why though? This is really weird. So obviously she's not written this because this is far too fucking coherent. But I don't understand why you would need to keep things interesting for a surgery. Like, you're not changing your cardio location. You're having surgery. Like, who needs an interesting location for a surgery? I want a location that's safe with a good doctor. I don't give a fuck whether it's interesting. I want to make sure I'm in good hands. Now, obviously, she doesn't care about that. She doesn't care about, clinical settings and, safety and experienced doctors because she's getting a dermatologist to essentially, like, operate on her doing liposuction. This is why he doesn't do the bariatric surgeries and stuff. But besides that point, in my opinion, of course, I've had a lot of questions about the new Salt Lake Center. See, the new Salt Lake Center. This is why she went there. They're using her to boost her platform. And obviously she did have Amron doing it. And I was speculating in my video yesterday that maybe he didn't, because if I was him, I would not want her promoting my services because she's a terrible before and after. Like, she looks worse after than she did before the liposuctions, which is not very good for your portfolio. She's also kind of inappropriate with the doctors and in her flirting, and she just doesn't do any positive PR for lipedema treatment whatsoever. So I would not want her as my client. But obviously these people are only concerned with views and numbers. And I think they don't care about being morally or ethically right. They just care about how many extra surgeries they're getting from this. And like I said, every time I've done a video, just scroll through her comments. You'll see at least between 5 to 10 people saying that they booked in for consultations. So it's money in their pockets, which is all they care about. They don't actually care about client well-being. They care about fucking money. Which is fair enough, I suppose. Couldn't be me, but there you go. And I'll be sharing more in stories soon. But I just have to say, it's truly beautiful. The care and attention you expect from the alts are fully present, delivered by an incredible team, in a space that feels both welcoming and serene. One of the things I love the most about this setting, nestling amongst breathtaking mountain views with easy access from the airport, it creates such a calming environment for treatment and recovery. It's a different vibe from Beverly Hills, but every bit as special. Yeah, so I'm gonna say that this is not written by her. This is not an Anna writing, because I could pretty much read it without having any issues. So we have the video here. John grabs her. Now, I'm really wondering if the numbers we're seeing are from him. Right, very fascinating, wonderful. And then he just dumps her off there. Jesus Christ, she's looking so big, you guys. We have some before and afters from Reddit. I saw it yesterday. So this is from Spyglass. This was before her first surgery, and this is assuming either post-loss or before the last surgery. So this is the difference between a year, or this is a year of progress. She literally, look how much fucking bigger she is. And then, what else was I going to show? Yes, so in terms of Amron and the new facility, I don't know where they found this, but Lil Summer 7212 posted on the old TikTok account. We have Dr. Cameron talking about his new location in Utah. Oh, ALT, the advanced lipedema treatment. Okay. So I don't really use or read the TikTok. So let's watch this together, and then we'll go into a post from the farms, and then we'll look at the procedure she allegedly had done.
There's a new facility that just opened in Murray, and boy, is it beautiful. Chatting with Dr. Amron now, all about lipedema and everything that you do here to help those struggling.
Yeah, by giving them unnecessary surgeries. Wonderful, great doctor.
You say there's not a lot of knowledge or research done on it, and it often goes.
There is quite a bit there. It's just the research that's been done is done by doctors that are experienced, that work with people in facilities, and that don't do what he's doing because he cares about money, and they care about actually trying to find origins and improving the situation for the women that are affected.
Goes misdiagnosed.
True. So it's commonly misdiagnosed, and that's really an unfortunate thing. Things are getting,
to be honest. So basically, it's a new facility. This is why she went there, not because she wants to change of scenery. No, this was done to promote the new facility. Somebody in the comment section said, "What are you having done?" She said, "Somebody swallowed, I think, a midsection belly area. I hope it went well." Yes, I had a torso 360 done for my last surgery. So this is from the Warsaw Aesthetic. What's a 360 abdominoplasty? We explain. I think this is probably what she had done. 360 abdominoplasty, also known as a lower body lift, and circumferential abdominoplasty is an effective method for removing excess skin and unwanted tissue, fat tissue from the select areas of the body, such as the abdomen, hips, lower back, buttocks, and thighs. It's a comprehensive surgical procedure, often combined with liposuction, allowing for the permanent elimination of excess fat and skin folds, therefore reshaping the silhouette. So I'm really confused with what she's had done, because this sounds like she had lipo on her whole lower body and then they did a lift. But how is this done on somebody that doesn't have loose skin for a start, unless it's been created through liposuction, which we watched a video yesterday, and doing a liposuction on the belly, and then, I mean, this is like the whole lower region, the whole sort of like belly, hip, lower back area, and then to lift all of that up, that sounds dangerous, because that's literally what that doctor said in the video yesterday, that he would never do that, like a surgeon that has like a good reputation. So I'm a bit confused by that. So here I found a video by Dr. Casey Anderson from North Texas Plastic Surgery. It's just a 4-minute video on the Lipo 360 recovery. The Lipo 360 is a great liposuction procedure for the torso area. Recovery from Lipo 360, what you can do to maximize the comfort and results. I tried to find a video, but I'm not too sure if I can show it, because YouTube is a bit funny about some things. So
surgery, and today we're going to talk about the recovery process from Lipo 360. So just so everybody's on the same page, Lipo 360 is a surgery where I do liposuction that goes all around the torso. I'll always tell a patient that it's from under breast to pubic bone, armpit to hip, and then from your shoulder blade to the top of your butt.
From shoulder blade to the top of your butt. That's interesting, isn't it? So it wasn't just her stomach. She had her back done as well. She's gonna look so fucking weird, guys. With all I am so curious to see the next 6 months. And I genuinely, sincerely hope that nothing happens to her, which at this point she's rolling a dice, to be honest. But I'm very curious to see where the fat's gonna go, because it can't go into her stomach, can't go into her arms. So is it just going to go like around her knees into her chest, not her tits, because they will never gain any fat. So she's just going to get like a fucking hump, and a hump here, and a fat face with fat forearms or something.
My patients always want to ensure,
but at least she'll be proportional though with her skinny arms,
that they can do everything they can in their recovery process to get the best results. So I wanted to go through some of those things in the immediate post-op period, the intermediate, and then the more long-term, so that we can have a good understanding of what you can be doing at home, as well as in combination with interactions with the office, to ensure that your lipo results are as good as they can be. So immediately after surgery, before you...
I will just speed him up a little bit, guys, because I do want to stop filming, so I'm getting a bit more tired.
Even leave the surgery center, you're going to be placed in a surgical garment. That's going to consist of 2 layers. First, there's an internal.
And I do apologize if this is too fast, but you should be able to slow it down. It's a bit too fast, isn't it? It is a bit too fast. Fuck.
Layer that we'll call hard foam that velcros in the back, and then over top you'll be in some sort of likely full body garment that is a tighter spandex type thing, so we can get really good compression to hopefully limit the swelling. Now, when I do your surgery, I have to put some fluid in so I can do the liposuction as safely as possible. So you may notice right away you're a little more swollen than you expected to be. That's just part of the process. It'll go away, it'll go down.
Yeah, so when they said they removed with Anna like X amount of fluid from her other liposuctions, it's like, yeah, fluid. A lot of that is also fluid they inject for, because I think it has numbing and it also stops from bleeding, from what I understand. So it's not just only fat and that's being removed.
The other thing that you may notice is bruising anywhere that the liposuction happened. You'll see that those bruises do evolve pretty quickly. The compression helps your body reabsorb that bruise and heal it as soon as possible. So it's going to be important in that immediate post-op period to wear that garment like we talked about in the office at your pre-op visit, round the clock for the first 3 weeks. Additionally, in that period, it's going to be important to drink a lot of fluids, because it may sound counterintuitive, but the more fluid you drink, the better your body processes all the rest of the fluid.
And also, that's the thing. When do we ever see Anna drinking water? Like, never. Ever. She talks about her electrolytes, but I never see her drink water.
Related to the liposuction procedure. So after you kind of get out of that first 3-week immediate period, you're entering a more intermediate phase where we've seen a lot of the swelling go down, and we may start seeing some of those highlights from the high definition liposuction. In the second 3-week period, I'm also going to have you in that garment, but instead of wearing it 24 hours, we're going to cut it down to 12. Now, something patients always ask me in the office is, I feel like the garment's keeping me safe and I'm actually secure in it. Can I wear it longer? Yes, you can absolutely wear it longer than those 12 hours.
What about that Anna's going to live in this freaking garment? She already is living in her other compression, which you should wear a lot of compression, don't get me wrong. But she's wearing it a lot more than what she does. She's wearing it to bed. She's wearing it out of bed. She's wearing it 24/7. She never takes it off to go to an event or anything like that, which I think is very strange. Like, she doesn't buy them in different colors. It's only black. And I think it's just so can people ask questions because she's a special little snowflake when she has it. And I'm not saying don't wear compression, but also she just never seems to take it off. And that's strange to me. You should wear it on and off. Not like he's saying in the beginning post-operation, but usually speaking, even with lipedema, they recommend like 6 to 12 hours a day, something like that.
Hours. But if you hate it, it's hot, and it's just too cumbersome for you, it's okay to bounce down to 12 at that point. It's really going to be important to continue with that good fluid intake. And then also in the intermediate phase, what patients like to ask about is whether or not I recommend lymphatic massages. Now, I think it's okay, even good to do lymphatic massages, but not necessary or mandatory. And we can always talk about that at your follow-up.
I wonder how long it will be until she starts shilling her lymphatic massages for this kind of stuff.
Visits, if you're somebody who's going to benefit more or less, I'm very open with communications with my patients, and I'm always happy to go over those things. Now, in the more long-term, kind of after that first 6 weeks, I always tell patients at the 6-week visit, we're not done yet. We're not at final results. Frequently, there will be a little bit of swelling, residual that's below the belly button, kind of above the pubic bone area. And that's the place that always takes the longest to go away. So I always tell you, don't fret. We're still going to get better results than we see at that 6 weeks. Final results really take 3 to 6 months. At the 6-week period, we can transition out of garments, although some people are still liking to wear Spanx or yoga pants just to feel a little bit extra there. And finally, the last important thing is having liposuction doesn't substitute all the healthy lifestyle issues that doctors recommend in general. So,
except for Dr. Amron. He doesn't recommend it. He just wants to fucking chop away at your body.
So you're still going to need to eat a healthy diet and exercise. Those things will just make those results look even better.
All right, so guys, I think I'm going to end the video there. It looks like she's having the Lipo 360, which means that they just basically did liposuction on her torso. Doesn't look like she had a skin lift or skin removal. We don't actually know. I would imagine if she had skin removal surgery, like an actual body lift, she will take a lot more time to recover, because even though she's been there for a couple of weeks, like I think that takes a long time to recover. It's quite a serious operation, and I also can't imagine he can do a body lift without doing anesthesia. Like she probably just again did the Twilight general anesthesia situation, because just putting her fully under anesthetic is dangerous unless they did that, but I don't think so. I don't think they have the skills or the they can't. I just don't think they can do this kind of operations on people. I think this is why they're doing the Twilight liposuctions, but we'll see. So yes, we will stay tuned. If you've made it this far, you are a real OG, and show that you're an OG by leaving a
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we're bringing you a special edition of Things That Definitely Don't Add Up, because Tess Holliday did not grow up fat, definitely didn't found the body positivity movement, and certainly cannot be called a supermodel. Despite the fact that all of those things I just said are true, Tess went on a TEDx stage and very confidently told the audience the opposite. We're going to go ahead and take a deeper dive into that tonight. I hope you'll stay tuned for more details. Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. My name is Sam, and I make weekly videos dissecting internet nonsense just like that. If you are a returning viewer, welcome back. You know what you're in for this week. It's another great video. If you are new here and this is the first time you are seeing my face, welcome. I hope that if you like today's video, or just videos in general where people dissect internet nonsense, that you'll go ahead and join our community by hitting that subscribe button. And I totally mean that, by the way. The best #1 way that you can support this channel is simply by interacting, whether that's subscribing, liking, or even commenting for the algorithm. Without you, this video doesn't get pushed to a wider audience, and this channel won't grow. So thank you so much for being here with me week after week. Your support means the most to me. Today, I want to talk to all of you about Tess Holliday's recent TED Talk, but also the way she feels the need to continuously try to rewrite history. And I mean her own history, but also history in general, because it's quite fascinating. Now, it's been a while since we talked about Tess on this channel in a full-length video, so just in case you don't know who Tess is, let me go ahead and give you a brief introduction. Tess is a plus-size model and influencer who built her career and brand around her body, going as far as to deem herself fat, healthy, and 300 pounds. She calls herself a supermodel, has gone viral for hashtags like F Your Beauty Standards, and has sparked plenty of controversy over the years by scamming her fans and just generally acting like a mean girl when her followers have dared to think for themselves. At the beginning of this year, Tess gave a TEDx speech in Switzerland. Now, I have been waiting oh so patiently, scrolling those TEDx YouTube channels, waiting for this entire speech to be published, because they always do that. It's just a matter of time. Well, it's been published, and what I found when I watched it was that Tess was going to go ahead and give her life story, assert some new bold claims, and remind everyone once again that the world revolves around her. So today, I want to talk about Tess's speech. I want to talk about the egregious self-branding. I want to talk about the contradictions in her stories, And I also want to talk about the fascinating need for her to rewrite her own history. Ooh, it's going to be a fun one today. Before we get too far into the video though, I do want to stop and just clarify the difference between a TED Talk and a TEDx talk, okay? A TED Talk is like being invited to the Oscars. It's exclusive, expensive, and often filled with speakers offering world-changing ideas and perspectives. These events cost thousands of dollars to attend, and speakers are carefully chosen for their global impact. TEDx events, on the other hand, can pretty much be run by anyone who has a microphone, a projector, and a stage. Think of them as being more like your local community center's talent show. The vibe is very different, and the quality can range from truly inspiring speeches to listening to 20 minutes of someone telling you a story about their middle school pageant.
Recent polls have shown a fifth of Americans can't locate the U.S. on a world map. Why do you think this is?
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps.
Which is precisely what we're about to do, because Tess's speech, it was really something. And because I am feeling particularly petty on this day, I want to stop immediately at the introduction screen that they play on this video for Tess. Because when you're looking at this slide, what you see is that she has deemed herself a supermodel. And this one really made me laugh because to be deemed a supermodel, one has to achieve a certain level of status within modeling where they reach a celebrity status, where they have international recognition, where they can demand astronomical fees for their continued work once they have chosen to retire. Seeing as Tess has been crying online lately about not being able to get modeling gigs,
one of the most asked questions I get is, are you still modeling? And I just wanted to answer that really quickly. I am not really still modeling because I have been pushed out of the space. And it's probably because of my size. It's probably because of my age or because I have a loud mouth and I speak about things that we should all give a shit about. But regardless, no, I don't really model anymore.
And also admitting that people don't know who she is.
This is in no way like directing hate to this person, but this has been making me giggle for like quite some time, and I have to make a video about it. I was scrolling through TikTok and I saw like this original, post was this girl saying like she was like mortified because she asked for a photo with Olivia Rodrigo and Olivia Rodrigo was no, and she was embarrassed. And I commented just being like, oh my God, that's like one of my favorite parts about my job. Like taking photos with people. And the amount of people that are like, who are you? Who are you? Like, they're like, you're not famous like Olivia Rodrigo. Pick me, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I'm not trying to be a pick me. Ooh, gross if I was.
So I'm going to go ahead and call it. She gave herself the title of supermodel, which means that it means nothing. You're going to see as we go through this speech that that is something Tess really loves to do, and the internet has given her the platform to do just that. Before we also relook at this slide and how she's called herself a body positivity and inclusivity pioneer, we're going to pause. It's going to become important in just a little bit because we need to let Tess tell us her origin story.
Growing up in small town Mississippi, I was a little girl with big dreams, a love for sparkle, and an imagination that took me far beyond my small hometown. Even as a child, I was told that my body was wrong, that I took up too much space, that I didn't fit the mold. Beauty, as I saw it around me, was something defined that I would never see in the mirror. And so began a lesson society teaches many of us, that in order to fit in, we must shrink ourselves.
Tess isn't just setting the stage for her speech. She is actively telling a story. And what she's doing is lifting her audience out of their seats in Switzerland and dropping them straight into rural, backwoods Mississippi, where she is a misunderstood, poor, short little fat girl. There's struggle, there's longing, there's sparkle. It's an attempt to make her struggles feel universal so that she can draw her audience in and really tug at their emotions. And she's going to continue this by choosing one singular story where she can do a deeper dive to make her experience universal.
Picture this, 6th grade. I'm signing up for my first beauty pageant. I was so excited, but truthfully, I had no idea what I was up against. I looked around at my other classmates, and in their eyes, I saw it. I was the fat girl, the one they dared not to stand too close to. Being friends with me was a gamble. Unable to find a dress within my size and budget, my grandmother hired someone from church to give me my Cinderella moment. The other contestants shared their interests, cheerleading, gymnastics, and then there was me. I like hanging out with my family, swimming, and collecting Tweety Bird. Silence. The crowd, the judges, no one knew what to do with me. I didn't place.
And when you watch this, it does really pull at your heartstrings. You can picture being the little girl standing on stage, feeling so disappointed.
Okay, like that is so true. But I also gotta go grab my laundry. So you won't be able to hear me, but you'll see me. Stuff is charged enough. Stuff is charged enough. We can go back to cleaning the bathroom.
Tess knows exactly what she's doing. She's setting up her own personal discomfort as a child as cultural oppression. She is setting herself up as both the victim and the visionary. But there's one glaring issue with Tess's very heartfelt story. She didn't grow up fat. Yeah, I think Tess forgot in this moment on this stage as she was trying to suck this audience in that she didn't grow up fat. And the way that we know that is because Tess has been on the internet now for nearly 2 decades. And when you're on the internet for that long, you tend to share bits and pieces of your life. Tess has done just that, and over the years, she has posted multiple photos of herself as a child at different ages, at different stages, and one thing seems to be missing from all of these photos. What do you see missing from those photos? Can you say it with me here? It's the fat. There's no fat in these childhood photos. In fact, in one caption that she actually wrote in 2024, she had a childhood photo just like this, and she stated she felt too fat. Not that she was too fat, that she felt too fat. Isn't that like a cardinal sin in fat acceptance these days? Like, I'm pretty sure we hear them say a lot that you cannot feel fat.
Hey, so this is a gentle reminder that fat is not a feeling. You can't feel fat.
And yet, here is this woman claiming to be a pioneer in this movement, a founder, if you will, sharing her heartfelt story of being the misunderstood fat little girl in rural Mississippi with no facts to back that up. Which brings me right into the beauty pageant story, because she's used this setup as being the fat, outcast, misunderstood girl into why the beauty pageant was such a travesty for her. There's a lot to unpack here. If you've been around this channel for a while, you know critical thinking, one of my favorite things ever. So we're going to start with the most obvious point first, okay? And that is that if you're actively listening to Tess as she's talking, you hear her say the exact reason why she did not place in that first beauty pageant, okay? She says, I was excited, but I didn't know what to expect. She was shocked to hear her peers saying things for their hobbies like cheerleading or dancing. She went up on stage and she implies she was unprepared because her response was, I like spending time with my family, swimming, and collecting Tweety Bird. This is clearly what caused Tess to not place. It was her first time she was unprepared. But not for Tess. Rather than seeing this for what it is, she decided she was going to craft a narrative from this and make this story a symbol about the way the world rejects fat people. Now, again, that was the obvious, okay? But here's the not so obvious. And again, if you don't know that Tess didn't grow up fat, you may not know this either. So her story is quite dramatic. It's meant to pull at the heartstrings. She wants people to relive their embarrassing moments as a child. We have all had them. And Tess is bearing her soul on stage. She had to have a dress specially made to give her that moment because they couldn't find one in her size. Then she talks about the embarrassment of standing on stage and having adults either just stare at her or laugh at her in inappropriate ways, making her feel uncomfortable and embarrassed about her fat body. And by now we know Tess wasn't actually fat as a child, so there's that. But this isn't always the way that Tess has told this beauty pageant story. In fact, The Independent reported on an Instagram post Tess made in 2018 where she shared this pageant story. But at that point in time, she told her audience in her caption she wanted to fit in with the other girls who were, quote, showing more skin and were more dolled up. She then carried on to say that the dress she wore was the only one her mother could find in town in her size, and she believed she was being ridiculed by the audience as she took the stage. See, this version of the story is different. Still dramatic, but slightly less dramatic and slightly less embarrassing, because her mother was able to buy a dress. But you have to think, if you're in small town, rural Mississippi, it's going to be different than being in a city center where you might find more dresses in your size. Then there's the bit about the audience. Did they actually laugh inappropriately at her or stare at her silently when they shouldn't have? Or did she feel ridiculed by the audience? I think it's valid to feel like an outcast if you're in a situation where you're new to the space, but also Tess does have some trauma in her history and in her story. She has reported growing up poor in rural Mississippi, living in a trailer behind her grandmother's house, which was the result of her mother being part of a violent relationship. Of course, those things are going to make someone feel like maybe they don't fit in. But here's my genuine question. Why is she taking all of the actual trauma that she's had and trying to repurpose it into one package that is solely about her body size? Why is every little bit of alienation, pain, and embarrassment she felt being tied into her being this fat, misunderstood little girl when that was not her reality? It's like she's rewriting her past to fit the brand she's built as an adult. The problem is when you build your brand on personal storytelling and then you continue to change the story, people are going to catch you. And when you lie about the little things, it makes it hard for people to believe you when you start to talk about big things. Now let's go ahead and switch gears here because I want to talk about the way that she lists herself as a pioneer.
Because belonging isn't something society decides for us. We can fight to decide that for ourselves. It took a long time, but as I grew up, I stopped asking why I couldn't fit into spaces I was told I didn't belong. Instead, I created my own space, my own path, and my own movement. 10 years ago, I founded F Your Beauty Standards, and it became a global call for change that was more than a hashtag. It was a movement for anyone who had ever felt invisible. I wasn't just shouting into the void anymore about self-acceptance. I had created a space where people like me could hear thousands of voices that relate to them and support them. People began reclaiming their right to be seen and heard, sharing images of their bodies, their beauty, and their power. Every post, every story was a testament that beauty isn't limited to a single standard.
Once again, I hope you are well stretched because we have a lot of unpacking to do, okay? I want to start by flashing back to that intro slide that you saw at the start of this entire speech, okay? Because on that slide is where we first see her listed as a body positivity and inclusivity pioneer. Now imagine being a Swiss person in the audience who just read that on her introductory slide, maybe doesn't have a full understanding of who Tess Holliday is or what fat acceptance even is. And now you've just heard this story where she started a movement, a global movement, with a hashtag that became more than a hashtag. Does it not sound like Tess is implying here that she started body positivity and fat acceptance with her F Your Beauty Standards hashtag? Because that's how it sounded to me. And I understand these things, right? I've been in this space for a long time, and I was a longtime follower of Tess, which is why I know her stories aren't true. Okay? And I paused at the part where she said, I just stopped asking why I couldn't be in those spaces, and I made my way into them. I created my own space. Because on the surface, it seems like she's just trailblazing, right? She's doing what all trailblazers do. The problem is when you really listen what she's saying is, I had no problem bulldozing over people to put myself at the center of these spaces. Because the fat acceptance and body positivity movements have been around for decades. We know, for at least the fat acceptance movement, that it has kind of interesting origins, which are up for debate. But if we went by Tess's ilk and their group think, they say they were started by Black and brown, sometimes disabled, and sometimes queer women.
The original body positivity movement actually started as the fat rights movement, which came about in the 60s and was headed by, guess, queer fat Black women.
This is factually untrue. The body positivity movement was created in the 1960s by a group of fat Black women.
So is Tess committing yet another cardinal sin against this movement she claims to be a founder and a pioneer of? Because by doing that, what she's doing is erasing all of the people who came before her and actually laid the groundwork for her to be able to thrive in this space. And finally, because I cannot leave this out, I just want to talk one more time about the F Your Beauty Standards hashtag, because Tess clings to this like it is a life raft. It's the last thing she has to remain relevant as the internet moves forward and away from her. The thing about her clinging to this hashtag, though, is that it is the thing that made her. So I kind of get it. It's the first thing that went viral. It's the first thing that allowed her to truly capitalize off of fat activism and it growing on the internet. But it also built her a platform where she could then use that same hashtag to scam her audience. That's right, it's one of Tess's most well-known scandals, and it is tied directly to the hashtag F Your Beauty Standards. What she did is she built a platform and then decided, I'm gonna sell t-shirts with this saying on them to my audience of followers, and I'm gonna tell them that I'm gonna donate the proceeds to charity. What actually ended up happening is that hundreds of people did not receive their orders. And Tess did an interview with Refinery 29 where she said, the project was started with pure intentions. So did it not end with pure intentions? She also admitted to them that she wasn't a businesswoman and she couldn't keep up with the demand. And then she blamed the post office for losing one big batch of orders, as well as blaming her customers because the post office would say the order was received, but customers were stating that they hadn't received them. Then she said, and this is the best part, I wanted to be inclusive of everyone, so I tried to make sure that I had a manufacturer who could make a size small to a size 4X with no difference in quality, and it made my costs too high. She said because of this, it ate all of her profits, caused her to spend money out of pocket, and she wasn't able to actually make any donations to charity at all. And you guys, when I read this, I just had to take a pause because I've just read this story. I've just listened to her talk about going into her first beauty pageant unprepared. And I'm realizing this is Tess's entire MO. She just steps into these things with a fantasy of the way she thinks it's going to go. She doesn't do any work to plan or prepare, or she doesn't do any research about the best way to do the thing. She just does it. And then when reality doesn't match her fantasy, rather than self-reflecting or apologizing, it's never her fault. It's someone else's fault. It's the world's fault because the world is out to get her. You see, I think Tess did learn something at the end of that beauty pageant. I just don't think that it's the lesson she's claiming she learned. I think that day she learned if she wanted the attention and the success and the fame that she so craved, she needed to become a more compelling character. She needed a story that felt universal and could draw people in. And I think she's been working on crafting that narrative since that day. And in some ways, her timing was perfect because the internet gave her that platform. It gave her the ultimate opportunity to take all the complicated, messy, traumatic parts of her childhood and to repackage them nicely into one story about her body, which could then latch easily onto an online movement that was quickly gaining traction. It became the perfect vehicle for her to gain the fame and success that she had been looking for the entire time. And just before she closes out her speech, she pulls this classic move by turning it back on the audience.
Let's do this. Close your eyes. Take a breath. And think about the time that you last judged someone for how they show up in the world. About their clothes, their education, their appearance. When was the last time that you judged someone for being too much? Was it today? Was it yesterday? Was it this evening when you sat down to listen to my speech? Because if it was recently, and let's be honest, it was for many of us, then we still have work to do. But it's wonderful work that will bring us closer together as a community. It's the work of reminding ourselves that we are all worthy. We can all build a future where every body, every ability, and every individual can exist. And no one, not strangers, online trolls, or an entire industry can take that away from us.
It's a clever tactic because now those audience members, if they're sitting there thinking, what was the point of this speech? There wasn't really a universal sort of argument. And we can see, based on her own words, actually why she lost the beauty pageant. They're not allowed to think those things now because that makes them a bad person. Because now they're judging her and she's saying that they shouldn't do that. It's not fair and it's not honest for her to do that, but I truly believe it's one of Tess's favorite tactics because Tess doesn't enjoy the truth, as we've seen. She can't handle the fact that not every critique is judgment and not every question is hateful. And people could see in that speech, despite her saying over and over and over again that she had been excluded and rejected and outcast, even though she's saying those words, within the same exact speech, she bragged repeatedly about landing brand deals, being on the cover of magazines, being on billboards, and getting herself into boardrooms. It's not exactly giving proof of society rejecting her, is it? Tess calls this her delusion.
Funny thing, when people ask me, how did you become successful? How did your life change in the way that it did? I nearly always say, delusion. And people laugh, like some of you. I know you're laughing, because it was funny, right?
Then she calls it defiance.
My body is an act of defiance.
But we can see clear as day, it's not delusion, it's not defiance, it's not an act of resistance, it's a performance. And it's a performance that Tess must maintain so that she can continue to capitalize off of her audience, who she lies to at every turn. All right, that is all I have for you all today. And at this point, I am so genuinely curious to know what you all think about this because I didn't realize that. So I need to know.
Both openly and secretly, fat women are deeply desired.
Go be a hot fat girl at Pal today. Mwah.
Here's your daily reminder that fat people are the hottest people alive. Look at me.
Hear me out. I am fat and hot. This has been a PSA.
If promoting obesity is what it takes to make other fat people feel hot, obviously I'm gonna do that.
I don't mean to alarm you, but I'm gonna say something very real right now. I don't have any makeup on. And I look this beautiful. Like, naturally. Naturally. I just look this beautiful.
I think fat acceptance has lost the plot once again, because are they rejecting beauty standards or are they begging to be validated by them? Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. My name is Sam and I make weekly videos dissecting internet nonsense just like this. If you're a regular viewer, welcome back. I am so excited to have you back here with me again this week for another video. I did miss you last week and I will have an update, so stay tuned. If you are new here and this is the first time you are seeing my face, welcome. I hope you'll consider joining our community by subscribing and clicking that little bell button notification. It really helps out the channel and make sure you never miss another upload from me. And as a final to-do, I hope each and every one of you will go ahead and click that like button because it really does help out the channel. No, really, the algorithm loves that, so please help a girl out. Now, I don't typically do things like this, offering updates, because I do really enjoy keeping my internet life and my private life as separate as possible. It's something that I've been practicing for a very long time on the channel, but when I do happen to ghost the channel like I did last week, I do feel like I owe you an explanation of why. And don't worry, for those of you who don't care and don't want an explanation, I will drop some timestamps in the description so that you can skip this update. So last week, as you heard, you missed me all here on the channel. I did not post a video. I did post a community tab post simply stating that I would not be here. And again, that's atypical for me. Usually I have some sort of explanation, and this time I just didn't. And that's really because over the last year, I'd been working with a foreign exchange student, and she was just the most fabulous human being I had ever met. And last week, just before I would have published my video, was actually her last week here with us in the United States before she returned to her home country. Now, I don't know if I'm the only person who does this, but I was like, things will be fine. I'll be able to continue with my regular life. I really underestimated how hard it was going to hit me when she got on that flight and returned home. I had really underestimated how much she meant to me. Now, she didn't live with me, but I was working with her pretty regularly, sometimes talking every single day to help her work through her feelings and the things that were happening as she was experiencing US culture and different host families. She really was one of the coolest people I've ever met. I cannot imagine being brave enough to leave my family, my friends, my home country at the age of 17 for an entire year to explore another country. But she did just that. And like I said, when she left, I was an emotional disaster in a way that I had under-anticipated. So I decided, because I was not fit or in the headspace to make any sort of video, that I was literally going to touch grass. And so that's what I did. Hands in the earth. I planted way more pollinator native plants than my husband had anticipated for this year. I spent a lot of time watching our backyard to make sure the crows were not going to attack the bunny nests, and also just spent time playing with my dogs and also my cats, although they're indoors, so they don't get to see the grass. But it was really nice, and it was a nice emotional reset. And it's exactly what I needed because, like I said, I had underestimated how much that kid meant to me. And I just needed some space and some time to kind of process through that. But I did miss you all, and I am very excited to be back here on the channel with our regularly scheduled programming now that I've been able to get through that sort of processing. What better welcome back could there be than to talk about a contradiction that I have been seeing over and over and over again within the fat acceptance movement? And that contradiction is them seeking validation constantly under the very beauty standards that they claim they're trying to dismantle as a part of their movement. As we saw at the beginning of this video, lately they're seeming pretty desperate to be seen as hot and attractive and desirable under these beauty standards. And it reminded me a lot of Tess Holliday and her brand, F Your Beauty Standards, right? Because while she's saying, I'm not going to follow your beauty standards, she most certainly is. She's doing every beauty standard except for maintaining a thin body. And it's not just Tess doing these things, as we saw at the beginning of this video. This mindset and these thought patterns are clearly widespread throughout this movement. And that is the contradiction that I want to talk about today. Now, for this topic, the algorithm was algorithming, go with me here. And it was bringing me things where I was like, oh, that thing by itself is impactful. But once you start to put it with this thing and then with this thing, it's unveiling a larger pattern that I think calls for attention. And the first post that I saw that made me want to dig into this topic was actually an Instagram post by Rosie Beam. Now, if you don't remember who Rosie is, that's okay, but we have spoken about her here on the channel before because she is the plus size influencer who brought us Bootygate. That's right, Bootygate. If you don't remember this, I have an entire video on it, but essentially she made a very gentle post explaining that she was going to leave the body positive and fat acceptance movements so that she could lose weight to better her health, but also so that she could take care of her hygiene. And fat activists lost their minds. She pushed them to the very edge, and they responded, making posts saying that it was okay to not be able to wipe yourself. It was a whole thing. But Rosie is the person who kicked that off. In this recent Instagram post she made, she's working through her story, how she found the body positive community on Tumblr, how she got into the space and built it into a business, and ultimately started to get brand deals and meet other plus size influencers. And that was where things started to get interesting as she shared, I was lucky to meet so many of my biggest heroes. I was fortunate to attend plus size meetups, conventions, and chat with people who felt like celebrities to me. But behind closed doors, there were strange conversations that made me uncomfortable. Discussions about targeted liposuction to the chin, the upper arms, areas to make the influencers more profitable to brands while maintaining their body positive image. I met one of my favorite self-love creators, and one of the first things they said to me was an unsolicited comment on how they noticed my acne. She also shares that she witnessed heated discussions among plus-size influencers, clocking the weight loss of other fat influencers, scrutinizing their every post, comparing their posts as if they were before and after photos. There is so much more to her story, but I pulled those quotes out as highlights. So I'm going to link her post in the description box down below in case you would like to read more. My direct response to those highlights is, whew, that was a lot. But also, am I shocked? Absolutely not. Because I've been in this space long enough, both as a follower of fat acceptance and now in the space that I've occupied for nearly 5 years, to know that their performance has never matched their message, ever. And just like Rosie, I have firsthand experience with what it's like when they realize that yes, you're a plus size person, but you're not playing their game. Every time they find me, because they inevitably do, because I critique not only their movement, but also their arguments, their logic, their behavior, their attitudes, they come and they come hard, okay? But it's never a solid rebuttal against my arguments. It's always about my appearance. Suddenly, I'm poor, I'm ugly, I don't wear enough makeup, my clothes aren't trendy enough, they hate my backdrop. I am just the worst person known to humankind. And you would think that I would be an ally, right? As a fat person who does not subscribe to the beauty standards they're trying to dismantle, like I should be part of their group. But no, I am enemy number one because I do not subscribe to their reality. When Rosie came out with her story and decided she was going to break up with the body positivity movement and lose weight for her health, she experienced that same thing. She became enemy number one. But she has a lived experience that I don't have, which is that she was an influencer while she was in the movement. So she had direct access to these people, and they had the ability to say these horrible things to her face to face. She saw them doing these horrible things to people. I can't even fathom what it would be like to go through that and to have the veil lifted in person. So she was seeing in person, these people are preaching self-love on their platforms, but behind the scenes, they are feeding into beauty standards. They are getting targeted liposuction, and they are doing secret procedures, again, to feed into those beauty standards, to be marketable to brands, while telling other people that they have to love their bodies just the way they are. Just further proof that social media is not real. Now, the second piece that I saw that just absolutely blew my mind, for lack of better phrasing, was this video. And I'm going to talk over it because the music is just obnoxious and you really don't need to hear it. It's a video of a woman laying on her bed, and her camera is very close to her face, and it's got text laid over it. And the text is the important part, because as you read it, it says, "Skinny this, skinny that." I posted a video of my tummy jiggling, not the purpose of the video, and got thrown into an algorithm where I woke up to 250 plus new male followers. Chubby will never not be desired. The internet can fool everyone but me. And I remember thinking, like, that's weird. Why would my algorithm send that my way? And then I read the caption, which is the mind-blowing part, because this woman had the audacity to write, "Remy Bader probs had more men in her DMs before her surgery, to be honest." And I just wonder, every time I see these things, if these people realize how insane they are. Like, did you proofread this? Did you reread this multiple times before you pushed the send button? Or did you just do that on a whim? Because what do you mean? What do you mean that you're going to target another previously plus-size person who has had your struggle and knows what it feels like, okay, who decided to lose weight on their own, pretty quietly, off the internet, didn't talk about it, didn't go the slimy route and sell GLP-1s or weight loss plans or diet books or exercise plans? Remy Bader didn't do any of that. She kept to herself, made fashion content. Yes, you could see she was losing weight, but what is she supposed to do? She can't not put clothes on her body for a fashion content, right? But she kept it to herself, as she said she was going to. And then this woman has the audacity to say, well, Remy, you probably should have just stayed fat because men would have liked you more anyway. As though the male gaze was more important than Remy Bader's personal agency. Aren't fat activists supposed to be against misogyny? Do they not realize that every time they do and say things like this, that they're being misogynistic? Because I thought that part of the reason for wanting to break the beauty standard was because they didn't want to fit into the patriarchy, and they didn't want to have to worry about the male gaze, and they didn't want to have to worry about misogyny. And yet here we are, again and again and again, attacking other women in the name of beauty standards and misogyny. Now I want to close this loop of the video by bringing this part full circle, talking about Tess Holliday one more time before we talk about the next piece of media. Because Tess Holliday made a video that you saw at the beginning of this entire thing, talking about how naturally beautiful she is.
I don't mean to alarm you, but I'm going to say something very real right now. I don't have any makeup on, and I look this beautiful. Like, naturally. I just look this beautiful.
When I saw this video, I literally paused because Tess Holliday has left out a few very important key points here, especially for her very young very impressionable TikTok audience, okay? And that is that she is known to have had the facial procedures that Rosie was talking about in her blog post. In fact, in 2019, Tess had an Instagram post that is now deleted where she shared she was working with a plastic surgeon to get laser resurfacing of her neck and face to tighten and remove fat non-surgically, as well as to get Botox. And the best part of this was Tess saying, people like saying that plastic surgery can't be body positive, but of course it can be. It's your body to present how you wish. What isn't body positive is getting procedures and not being honest about it, because that just sets up another unattainable beauty standard. So does she mean that people shouldn't make TikTok videos where they're telling people they're naturally beautiful when they know that they've had these procedures done, including liposuction and laser treatment to non-surgically remove fat from their face? You can clearly tell she has something on her eyelashes, whether they're extensions. Is that what she means? What we're seeing from Tess Holliday, from the other people featured at the beginning of this video, is that they want the validation of beauty standards. They are shouting it from the rooftops. It is what they want. They want to be seen as the hottest fat person, as the most desirable fat person. But them yelling those things into the internet voids, right? That they're so hot and that men want them and that when they jiggle their bellies, 250 plus men follow them. They're not dismantling any systems, especially not the beauty standards that they're claiming to hate, right? They're reinforcing them. And what they're showing us is how deeply internalized their need for validation is. They are trying to convince themselves that they're happy and that they need these things, and they're making their posts because they need external validation to motivate them forward. And now I have one final piece of media that's going to go ahead and just really drive that home for us.
Some of the most unhappy kinds of fat people are former fat people.
So we're starting off strong. We've got a nice oversimplification here, a classic no-win situation. You either stay fat where you're oppressed, or you lose weight and you're miserable like all the other former fat people.
People that have lost a lot of weight, that spent some of their life fat, maybe a lot of their life fat, and are not fat anymore. In my experience, those people never get to a point in which they're happy with their body.
Pause. Note the phrase there, in my experience, because that phrase is what we call anecdotal evidence. And anecdotes can be powerful, but they're not data. And when she uses that to then make a broad sweeping generalization to say those people are never happy, we can't, it's not data. So you can't make that statement based on fact. Because what we do know is there is evidence of people who have lost weight, either a little weight or a massive amount of weight, who have found themselves content and satisfied with their weight loss. They don't find themselves to be unhappy, as she's mentioned here, okay? And that could be for any number of reasons. Now comes her most important statement.
They never get to a point in which they've reached the right weight and they feel attractive. They feel like they've made it and they can be loved now and they can have the kind of life that they want. It just doesn't happen. So when you're fat, you can kind of like have this myth of what it would be like to be thin and have all these like thoughts that if you got thin, then you would have this, this, and that. You would have a relationship and you would have a job and you would have love and you'd have good sex and you'd have a body you could show off. But more times than not, in my experience, people that lose a lot of weight don't get those things.
So she's attributing their unhappiness not to internal conflict or the psychological warfare that takes place when someone undergoes significant change, but rather because weight loss didn't deliver them the fantasy life that they had envisioned. Her entire argument hinges on, say it with me, External validation, love, attractiveness, desirability, but only if someone else tells you you're worthy of it. Then she drives that point home by saying this.
And they never reach where they're trying to go because they can't get to where they're trying to go.
Let's be honest here. This is one of the most hopeless things that I've heard from fat activists in a really long time. And this is someone who appears to be rolling into the movement brand new, so likely young. And it makes me sad to see someone so young, so defeatist already, right? To think that these things are hopeless. To see someone so young have closed the door completely on nuance, to see them have dismissed any form of self-directed change as futile. To see them believing that any form of weight loss or self-improvement means that people are seeking external validation only. And I think what really bothered me the most about this video was the fact that she did not call out the dependency on external validation. There should be focus here on people working on themselves internally. Stop looking for that validation from other people, because if it doesn't come, it will destroy you. You need to find that within yourself. And I think you'll find, especially out here on the wild streets of the internet, that most of the people who have actually been very successful in their weight loss and their weight maintenance have been able to find those things. They've been able to uncouple their self-worth from their weight loss. They've gone through the mental work and they realize weight loss was never going to fix all of their problems. In the end, none of these people have encouraged anyone to stop seeking external validation. If anything, they've encouraged it more heavily and participated in it themselves. It's a trend we've seen from the beginning of this video. And all I could think the entire time was that this is not liberation. If you are performing to seek validation from someone else to make you feel whole, you're not liberated. All right, that is all I have for you all today. At this point, I am so genuinely curious to know what you think. That last video was a little defeatist, and I was not prepared for the way that that would make me feel during filming. So we're trying to get it together here. I'm curious to know what you thought about the videos at the beginning where they are desperately seeking validation, wanting to be called hot, wanting to be desirable. Had you seen that trending within the fat acceptance movement lately, or is it just me? What did you think about Rosie Beam's blog post, about her stories, about the way that they participate behind the scenes in these beauty standards while telling people on social media how they should love their bodies? Had you ever noticed before how steeped in misogyny this movement is? How deeply ingrained it is, especially as they continue to critique other women's bodies and physical appearances? What do you think about their need for validation? And what do you think about that woman telling Remy Bader, you might as well have stayed fat because men would have liked you better anyway? What did you think about the very defeatist attitude and her basically saying, beauty standards won't validate you, but fat acceptance will. Come hang out with us. Because we know that that's how a lot of people get into the movement. I'm genuinely curious to know what you think, so I hope you'll share your opinions with me in the comment section down below. And for all my introvert friends out there who may not feel comfortable leaving your opinions in an internet comment section, I see you. Go ahead this week and leave me a Fat acceptance and fat liberation have hijacked the original spirit of the body positivity movement and twisted it into something that is quite anti-feminist. Instead of fighting for all women's rights to exist in their bodies without shame and recognizing that thin women struggle under the same beauty standards that they do, they've become obsessed with ostracizing and tearing down women they define as thin, as if being smaller automatically makes someone an enemy. It's like they've traded in one oppressive standard for another, where you're only worthy of support if you fit their specific definition of marginalization. Wait, did you guys hear that? Who just said that? Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. My name is Sam and I make weekly videos dissecting internet nonsense just like that. If you are a returning viewer, welcome back. I hope you're ready for today's video. Have a good one in store for you guys. If you are new here and this is the first time you are seeing my face, welcome. I'm so happy to have you and I hope that you'll consider subscribing and joining our community today. It'll also help make sure you never miss another upload from me. And before we get started, I need each and every one of you to go ahead and click that like button because that also really helps out the channel by pushing the video to a wider audience of people. The algorithm gods, they really like when you do that for me.
Oh, okay. I see what you did there.
Now, if you're thinking, Sam, what was that open and are you going to explain yourself? Like, how dare you start the video without an explanation? Don't worry, I got you. If you don't have TikTok or you're not seeing this trend yet, it is currently a TikTok trend where people are either facing completely away from their cameras or just covering their mouths to give their controversial opinions and then immediately say, wait, who said that? Like they didn't just say that. This video is going to be my version of that trend today because I really want to talk about the way that the fat acceptance and fat liberation movements have made plus size women on the internet very comfortable tearing down other women in the name of feminism and fighting diet culture. And we're going to do that today by talking through and analyzing a few recent TikTok trends that have helped them along the way. I felt like I had to start with this controversial opinion trend because it's all the rage right now, but also I really love trends like this because they tend to bring out the best people who are just sick and tired and ready to speak some truth.
Being a girl's girl does not mean blindly supporting someone just because they're a woman. In fact, some of you enable such bad behavior to the point where they think it's okay, and you are exactly the reason that they act the way that they do. Who said that?
Or who just generally want to be hilarious and relatable.
If you want to lose weight and have a hot girl summer, you can't eat cheesecake out of the fridge at midnight. Who said that?
There was also no shortage of fat acceptance and fat liberation creators hopping on this TikTok trend to go ahead and put out their controversial opinions about fighting diet culture and beauty standards using their same old arguments.
Do you really need to diet or pursue weight loss? Or is it anti-fat and fat-phobic beliefs deeply rooted in oppressive systems and affecting every part of our society? Now, don't twist my words. You have body autonomy and are allowed to pursue weight loss. Can we agree it's shit that our society has us believing we're not worthy if we don't pursue weight loss, though? They want us to focus on being physically smaller because, in turn, we focus on being smaller in every single way possible. When it takes so much energy, time, attention, and money to pursue weight loss and diets, we don't have room for much else. We're fighting fascism. Of course they want us to feel helpless.
Yep, see, there it is. I'm not shocked at all to have found this within this trend. They cannot help themselves, right? They're also creators. They're trying to hop on the trends to go viral. It's the way that social media works. But this is not the first time that we've actually heard this argument about the way that dieting keeps people weak and unable to fight oppressive systems. I'm unsure if you'll remember it. It came in a kind of like chaos compilation video that I did maybe a month or two ago. But there was another woman making a very similar argument, telling people that they would be better off staying fat and strong than losing weight and becoming thin and weak.
Message is for anyone that's been fat their whole entire life. I mean, you've been fat since kindergarten, type of fat. Put down the GLP-1s. Put down the injections. This message is for you. Put down the injections. They want you to be skinny so that you can't be strong. I need you to focus on being strong and loving your body. Being strong is better than being skinny. Please, they want you skinny and weak. Don't let them make you skinny and weak. Be strong, be fat and strong instead. Okay, love you, bye.
And here's the thing. I understand their argument and where they're trying to go, right? This is a tale as old as time. We have seen it throughout history. It is often said that ruling classes or governments or capitalism, those things pit us against each other. And when that happens, what we do is we fight amongst one another, and we don't realize the power we have if we were to unite and fight those oppressive systems or ruling classes or governments that are keeping us down. But here's the thing that really gets me about them making this argument, because the irony of it all is that they are the most guilty of fighting with their peers. We have seen them time and time and time again go out of their way to attack other women. And these women, mind you, are being oppressed by the same beauty standards and the same diet culture that they are. But they can't see that because of the perceived us versus them mentality that they have within these movements. They spend all of their time nitpicking other women who are also struggling with self-esteem issues, body image issues, just generally trying to feel like they fit in. And to explore this idea further, as I mentioned, I want to do that by taking a look at two pretty recent TikTok trends. The first trend took place earlier this year, and it was known as the chubby filter. That's right. It was a filter that would take your photo or video and make you chubby. Everyone was using it on their photos of themselves at the gym, photos of themselves working out, photos of themselves in formal wear. Heck, even groups of friends and people getting ready for dates were using this filter. And listen, don't get it twisted. I don't love these filters. I think the chubby filter, I think the skinny filter that came out, I think all of the filters are pretty damaging to society and the way that we see ourselves. But the thing is, this filter garnered quite a reaction from the plus size community, as you can imagine. But rather than targeting how problematic filters are, they went for extremely low blows, some of which were actually just telling the thin women that they actually looked better fat.
The irony of this chubby filter trend is that a lot of you look better after.
You know what I think is a little bit funny with the chubby filter that all the skinny girls are using right now? You all look objectively better with the filter on. Like the before photo was giving like mean girl in high school who is now a nurse and like commits elderly on the daily, and the after is giving like a baddie who has all her shit on lock and like smells really good.
And this was a particularly interesting response to me because not only were they continuously showing us how they viciously attack thinner women, they were complimenting a version of fatness that isn't even real. This is an AI-generated filter. So when the images are done rendering, yes, they did look chubbier, but it's not realistic. They have smooth, mostly thin upper arms, big thighs with no lumps or bumps, hourglass body shapes, and silky smooth skin with slimmer faces. This is not how fat people look.
Guys.
Ask me how I know.
None of you seem to understand.
All right, guys. Reached the end of the stream.